Chapter 114. At the beginning of the summer, the greatest battle between the humans and demons took place here. Divine domain experts from both sides entered the battlefield one after another. The demons suffered grievous casualties while the humans also paid an enormous price. Not once had so many divine domain experts appeared on the battlefield at the same time. There was a large array at the base of Mount Nuorling. The demon army had used this array to launch their assault and then retreat. Mao Qiuyu and Daoist Siyuan, the two most skilled in the divine arts, had personally confirmed that the array could no longer be used. Since then, many human armies had passed through this valley to the north, and no problems had occurred. No one could have imagined that when the demon army retreated, not all of them had left. When Wang Pa and the demon commander had clashed, the battlefield had been in chaos. 2,000 wolf cavalry had taken advantage of the chaos to hide in the mountains of the western foothills. The mountains of the western foothills had been in contact with the watery clouds drifting over from the western sea for a longer period of time. After millions of years of erosion, many caves of various sizes had appeared. These wolf cavalry had hidden themselves in the deepest parts of these caves, avoiding the sharp gazes of the red falcons and the spiritual senses of the human scouts. Of course, this was also because Divine General He Ming had ordered the army to move forward quickly in order to break through the demons' second defense line. As a result, the battlefield had not been carefully cleaned up. The human army continued to pass through the valley, heading north to continue the battle. These 2,000 wolf cavalry remained hidden in the caves, eating dried meat when they were hungry and chewing on the snow on the mountain peaks when they were thirsty. They lived an abnormally arduous life. If they had not made preparations beforehand, they would have starved to death long ago. Even so, after hiding for so many days, the wolf cavalry had suffered many casualties, the number of wounded and sick increasing. The wolf cavalry, whose wounds were too severe to be treated, were immediately executed, while the sick had their weapons and armor taken from them and thrown into the caves to wait for their conditions to improve or die. In the end, 1,200 wolf cavalry survived. They were thin and exhausted, but also determined and fearless. Their eyes glowed with a dark green light, making them seem like true wolves. Hiding for so long was extremely difficult, but the most difficult of all was the temptation. Human grain convoys would often pass through the plains at the foot of the mountain. The guards of these convoys were not very strong, and no one would think that there were demons hiding in the mountains. As long as the wolf cavalry charged down the mountain, they would be able to easily defeat them and obtain the grain. However, they knew that they had been hiding for so many days not to rob an ordinary supply team, but to deliver the heaviest blow to the human army at the most critical moment of the war. The reasoning was very clear, but to be able to make these savage wolf cavalry resist this temptation, it had to be said that the leader was truly extraordinary. His orders were also very unusual. Burn all their food, then let us die in the final charge. There was no fear in the eyes of the demon cavalrymen, only excitement and fanaticism. But they did not make any sound, and the bloodthirsty giant wolves only panted a little faster. This was also a military order, and had been maintained for many days, so much so that some of the cavalrymen doubted whether they could still speak. 1,200 wolf cavalry descended the mountain. The leader's line of sight moved downwards, finally landing on the distant prairie on the grain transport team that stretched for more than 10 miles. The relevant information had already been confirmed. The number of human cavalry, the number of experts, and most importantly, the amount of food. He knew that Shuilao City had already begun its counterattack to divert the attention of the humans and also to keep the enemy's main force of cavalry below the city. All of this was to create the conditions for him to burn all the food in this convoy. If he succeeded, the demon army outside Shuilao City would retreat to the city as quickly as possible. The 200,000 tribal warriors outside the city would be mercilessly abandoned. As far as he was concerned, It didn't matter to him how many of those low-level devils with low intelligence, who were no different from demon beasts, died. In any case, those low-level demons were not loyal, nor were they brave enough in battle. If not for the fact that he had not brought back enough medicine from the longevity sect, this battle would not have been so difficult. At that time, unless the human army was willing to use the meat of those low-level demons as food, they would have to retreat before winter arrived. Given his understanding of the human race, this hypocritical race would never do such a thing. Thus, Shu'alel City would gain half a year. Half a year was enough time for many things to happen. Moreover, the morale of the human race would suffer a severe setback. He truly had a deep understanding of the human race. He was confident that when the time came, the internal problems of the human race would slowly surface. So, this was the final battle. He silently thought to himself as he gazed at the convoy. If we win, we can continue to exist. If we lose, we will cease to exist. This young leader was called Gao Huan, and he was already more than 1,000 years old. 700 years ago, he had already been the chief elder of the Demon Council of Elders. He was the youngest chief elder of the demon race in all of recorded history. But on the day he became chief elder, he was imprisoned in the abyss by the powerful demon lord. He was imprisoned in the abyss for 700 years. Only this year was he released by the new demon lord. His face was pale and thin, but he was still alive, and just like 700 years ago, he seemed like a youth. Plumes of dust appeared over the plains. The wolf cavalry began to attack the convoy. Because they were very far away, the sounds of fighting could not reach the summit. This place was still very quiet. He gazed at the scene on the plains and began to sing a song. This song was written in one of the most ancient languages of the demon race. It was weathered and desolate, and its meaning was very simple. When the bright moon shone, the rainbow clouds returned. The song gradually faded away, and when it finally stopped, it was clear that it had not truly reached its end. As he gazed at the distant plains, a hint of solemnity appeared on his young face. His clean and pure eyes were suffused with a powerful killing intent. Naive and cruel was a perfect description of him. The attack of the wolf cavalry did not proceed as smoothly as imagined. They quickly encountered obstacles, even difficulties. At the start, the human convoy had not expected Mount Nuorling to have so many wolf cavalry, and the surprise attack threw them into disarray. But this chaos quickly settled. The convoy, which stretched for several dozen li, quickly divided into tensome sections. The large carriages moved as quickly as they could, forming a circular formation of carriages. The several thousand cavalry were divided into 3 groups that worked with the formation of carriages to block the attacks of the wolf cavalry. Everything was carried out in an extremely orderly, calm, and steady manner. Gao Huan was not surprised that the human army possessed this quality. Although it was completely different from the army he had seen in Luoyang, if the human army could not even do this, how could they have forced the divine race army to retreat again, and even surrounded Shu'alel City? What truly put him on guard was the ease with which the human army had displayed this entire process. Even an ever-victorious army would find it very difficult to cultivate this sort of demeanor, especially when they were suddenly ambushed by more than 1,000 wolf cavalry. This sort of ease made it seem like they had been prepared. The demon wolf cavalry madly attacked the supply convoys, carrying with them an aura of no return. The defensive line formed by the several thousand human cavalrymen immediately seemed rather thin and on the verge of collapse. Finally, it was breached in the northwest, and the battlefield entered the bloodiest phase of attack and defense. Heavy black axes silently streaked through the sky, cleaving the carriages in two, while simultaneously beheading a peasant. Tensome sacred light crossbows shot out from the gaps in the formation of carriages, all of them striking the chest of a tall demon soldier. Divine flames burst forth from the crossbows, burning his caramelized body. There was not a single sound during this entire process. Death occurred at every moment. Blood of different colors, carrying the same will, continuously splashed between the heavens and the earth. In a very short period of time, more than 300 wolf cavalry had fallen to the plains, no longer able to stand. Even more human cavalry and officers of the convoy had stopped sucking in blood. Such a gruesome battlefield did not cause any change in Gao Huan's expression. He stood on the cliff of the western mountain, quietly waiting as he gazed at the scene on the plains, his young face devoid of emotion. To him, whether it was the human soldiers or the demon wolf cavalry that had been hiding with him for so many days, they were all ants. He looked like a youth, but he was actually extremely old. And this wasn't even considering the fact that he had endured in that dangerous world at the bottom of the abyss for more than 700 years. His demon body was beginning to rot from the very inside and could not last for much longer. To put it another way, he could not attack with his full strength too many times, so he had to make sure who was the most worthy target for him to attack. He was currently observing, wanting to find the commander of the human army and those experts hiding in the carriages that were still unwilling to attack. Time slowly passed, and the sun gradually set in the west. The shadows cast by the mountains over the plains gradually began to spread, on the verge of swallowing up those creatures engaged in fierce battle. The defenses of the human supply convoys were broken one after another, many of the carriages set aflame. From a distance, they looked like sparks of fire, but they were quickly extinguished. The most dangerous was the first circular carriage array to the north. It was on the verge of being directly broken by the wolf cavalry, and the officers and peasants were fleeing with the help of the cavalry. It seemed like they were prepared to give up, but the demon wolf cavalry had also reached their limit. They had come with the resolve to die, and after such a long and frenzied assault, they had finally broken through one of the chariot formations. However, the enemy still had tensome chariot formations, and more importantly, too many of their comrades and brothers had fallen on the plains. Less than half of the wolf cavalry remained. On the battlefield, when both sides were on the verge of collapse, a change would often occur. This was what the situation and will required, and today was no exception. Today there were no clouds in the sky a faint red from the setting sun. Suddenly, a white line appeared. This white line was perfectly straight, with one end in the western cliffs and the other in the plains. A great wind howled, rustling the grass and the gravel in the grass, causing the atmosphere to grow cold. Several thousand drops of rain suddenly began to fall from the sky, falling on the faces of the people in the carriage array. It was rather cool, but the taste was so faint that it was baffling. At some point, a youth had appeared at the top of the tent. His clothes were rather dirty, but they were made of an incomparably gorgeous material. He wore a soft armor woven from the thorns of the monster bull's tail, and other than that, he had no other adornments. There was only an incomparably bright gem embedded in the center of his helmet, but it was unable to conceal the luster exuding from his young face. An expert of the divine domain! Shocked and despairing, cries rose up. Mr. Huang Yi, rest in peace. To be continued. Chapter 115. Gao Huan looked at the carriage in front of the tent. The carriage suddenly shattered. It wasn't just his gaze that had such power. The Qiushan clan head's sword slashed through the air amidst the flying sawdust and dust. He was a peak star condensation expert, and his sword was the reverse scale that Qiushan Jun had insisted he bring with him, a divine artifact ranked at the top of the tier of legendary weapons. The cold and somber sword glow-shot toward the roof of the tent. Gao Huan's body flickered, and he was on the ground. His expression did not change, nor did he attack the Qiushan clan head. After being imprisoned in the abyss for 700 years, not seeing the sun, moon, or stars, he was extremely unfamiliar with the current world and its experts. He could only divide the people he saw into two types, those he recognized and those he did not. Old friends that had lived for as many years as he had naturally deserved his vigilance. Other people had no right to waste his energy. Though his sword had failed, The Choshan clan head showed no shame, nor was he angry. He retreated into the dust. With a light slap, a middle-aged man that looked like an ordinary servant stomped on a small copper wine pot on the ground. At the same time, the middle-aged man's fist arrived in front of Gao Huan. Gao Huan's expression flickered as he reacted. With another light slap, 3 cracks appeared on the ground where he stood. At the same time, his hand clenched around the fist. The middle-aged man was a guardian of the Choshan clan and was already half a step from the divine. Yet his fist had been easily caught in Gao Huan's hand. The gap between cultivation levels was not something that could be made up for with courage or strategy. The Choshan clan guardian's face was pale, his eyes seeming to blaze with golden fire. With a clear whistle, he rapidly retreated. Several dozen white streams of energy appeared in the air, releasing deafening explosions. The Choshan clan guardian grunted as he smashed through the carriage and landed several hundred zhang away. His clothes were covered in blood, and he had broken countless bones. Gao Huan drew back his hand and turned to a carriage even further ahead. Just like a certain logistics officer had once sighed with emotion, the human soldiers had always believed that the Choshan clan head and guardian were naturally the strongest of the group. Gao Huan did not believe this. His gaze had never been on the tent, nor on the Choshan clan's carriage, but on this carriage. He felt that the true commander of this group was in this carriage. As long as they killed the people in the car, they would be able to win this surprise attack. This was the conclusion he came to after observing the cliffs for a long time. Following Gao Huan's gaze, a dozen or so demon experts left their respective cavalry squads and attacked the carriage. The whistling sound of the wind continuously sounded, and the devil race masters, like stones, smashed down from the sky. If no one stopped them, no matter who was in the carriage, they would be smashed into meat paste. At this moment, a mournful and cold melody came from the carriage. The sound of the zither rose from the ground into the sky. The sound did not grow louder, but the area it covered became much larger. Cracks appeared on the armors of the devil race experts, and green smoke seeped out. In the end, the direction of their fall deviated, and they failed to hit the carriage. Instead, they landed around it. The earth shook, and black soil rushed up like a waterfall. The scene was exceptionally spectacular. The blind zither player walked out of the carriage with his zither in his arms. He tilted his head and listened to the sounds around him, his right hand plucking the strings from time to time. Like sharp blades, white streams of energy left the zither and attacked the devil race experts, filling the sky with fallen leaves. The tensome devil race experts howled and charged at the carriage. If it was just the blind zither player alone, it would truly be rather strenuous to stop so many devil race experts. But there were other people in the carriage. The carriage did not seem very large, so no one had expected so many people to come out of it. 7 peddlers, 6 government laborers, 3 fortune tellers, 2 sesame candy-selling elders, and a girl who sold cosmetic powder. Several profound and unfathomable heavenly secrets enveloped the grassland around the carriage and fell on the bodies of the devil race experts. Several chains flew through the air, stained with blood and fire, vowing to pierce through the necks and shoulders of the devil race experts. Before this, a formation formed by a sand table had already protected the carriage in advance. Gao Huan slightly raised his brows at this sight. He didn't expect that there were so many experts in the human clan. Then, a naive smile appeared on his face. With so many human experts, it was worth it for him to strike. Light and odorless raindrops once more fell from the sky, washing away the profound and unfathomable heavenly secrets and casually breaking the array. 5-kind man from the Wenshui Tangs had an abnormally solemn expression, and the blind zither player's fingers began to pluck at the strings even faster. This young demon expert truly did have an unfathomable cultivation. Without even moving, he had broken through the outer defenses. Gao Huan lightly flicked his fingers, sending 2 rods of water and fire flying. His gaze fell severing a chain and arriving in front of the carriage. He wanted to raise the curtain and see just who was inside. The zither clattered like a bugle horn, a string brimming with the will of iron and blood in front of him. This was fine. Of the human experts, the blind zither player was naturally the strongest. Gao Huan did not mind first focusing on killing him. A faint black mist emerged from his fingers. No matter how strong the winds of the grassland, they could not blow it away. The zither string withered at a visible rate and then snapped, losing all vitality. Blood leaked from the corner of the zither player's mouth as he retreated to the side of the carriage. Gao Huan would not let him live, and he slapped down with his palm. The twilight suddenly dimmed as if night had come early. A pitch-black palm that was not real descended from the sky, slapping at the carriage. One of the zither strings snapped, but several were still intact, but they could no longer produce any sound, as the blind zither player had not recovered his chi. Who would block this gigantic palm? The car window suddenly broke and two black objects flew out. They were both black, but unlike the black palm, which exuded a terrifying and oppressive aura, these two objects were brimming with majesty. An official's seal and a gauntlet. The official's seal and gauntlet collided with the black palm. With two clattering sounds, the official's seal and gauntlet were shattered while the black palm gradually dissipated into the air. A thin old man dressed in a gray robe walked out of the carriage, his expression calm. Several youths walked out with him, their expressions rather nervous, as if they were students. Too many people had walked out of the carriage, and no one had expected so many people to be hiding inside. Gao Huan had also not expected to encounter 3 human experts, half a step from the divine in such a short amount of time. When did half step from the divine become so common? Gao Huan confirmed that he did not recognize any of these human experts, but the blind zither player's technique was rather familiar. He turned to the blind zither player and arched his brows. The longevity sect. The blind zither player replied, yes. Gao Huan arched his brows and asked, Li Mingyi. The blind zither player's expression flickered as he replied, my master. Gao Huan proudly said, so that's how it is. Your master and I are old friends. If you surrender to me, I will spare your life today. After saying this, he turned to the gray-robed elder and asked, and who are you? A youth replied, this is my clan's Lord Minister. I don't recognize him. Gao Huan's expression was indifferent as he harshly yelled, you dare to use poison on me. He turned to the girl who had remained silent this entire time. Perhaps because she had been caught up in the battle, the basket the girl was carrying had toppled to the ground. The powder was blown about by the wind, gradually spreading. Anyone would think that this was a very natural sight, but who could have expected that it was actually a method of poisoning? Gao Huan's eyes were brimming with brutality as he gazed at the girl. You know who I am? You actually want to poison me to death? In Wenshui City, the girl's shyness and nervousness had mostly been an act. But now that she was being stared at by this demon expert, she was truly so nervous that she couldn't even move her feet. Separated by several zhang, Gao Huan extended a hand towards her throat, his expression savage as he prepared to tear her to pieces. The blind zither player and Minister Wei were on the other side, unable to save her in time. The peddlers and fortune-tellers were still entangled with the remaining demon experts. Fortunately, there were still 2 sesame candy-selling elders. They had always been used to standing with the cosmetic-selling girl. One of the sesame candy-selling elders pulled up a green cloth from his stall and used it to block the wind from Gao Huan's fingers. With a rip, the green cloth was torn to shreds and carried away by the wind, transforming into the elder. He bent his knees, lowered his waist, calmed his mind, clenched his fist, and then punched. At this sight, Gao Huan yelled, good. This punch was simple and ordinary, but in the eyes of a true expert, it possessed the true essence of fairness and gentleness. If this was all, Gao Huan would not have been moved. He was cheering because this sesame candy-selling elder was using the most orthodox technique of the imperial clan, the blazing sun style. Gao Huan waved his sleeve to block the combined attacks of the blind zither player and Minister Wei, then clenched his fist and smashed it at the sesame candy-selling elder. Countless rays of light scattered from the elder's fist. Black smoke seeped out of Gao Huan's fist. Just like the sky at this time, day and night were engaged in the most decisive battle. His cultivation level was far higher than the sesame candy-selling elders, but he was the most solemn when dealing with this elder, placing great emphasis on integrity. His opponent was using the supreme technique of the human imperial clan, so he was going to use the supreme technique of the demon god imperial clan. Heavenly demon art. Sensing the tyrannical chi that spanned the world and the demon chi thicker than the darkness, the blind zither player blurted out. Upon hearing these words, Minister Wei and the newly awakened Qiushan clan had instantly paled. Just who was this demon expert? Why did he know the supreme technique of the imperial clan, the heavenly demon art? There was a massive boom. The sesame candy-selling elder was unsurprisingly sent flying. If not for the fact that the blazing sun style and the heavenly demon art innately countered each other, his injuries might have been even more severe. There was also the sesame candy-selling elder. Gao Huan's expression remained serious, because this represented the meeting between the imperial clan and the imperial clan. As for the battle itself, he didn't take it too seriously. These two sesame candy-selling elders were far inferior to the young masters of the Qin clan of Tianliang County. There was a light clap. The two fists collided. It was a light clap, not a thunderous boom. What did this mean? Gao Huan, who had already turned his head to look at the blind zither player and Minister Wei, slowly turned his head back. The attacking demon experts had already been pushed back. The shouts of the wolf cavalry seemed to be getting further and further away. The grassland suddenly became very quiet, the only sound being the crackling of the burning provisions. Gao Huan looked at the sesame candy-selling elder, a hint of pain and confusion in his eyes. The elder slowly raised his head. His hair was completely white, but he did not seem too old. It was just that his eyes were too calm, like that well in the old Wenshui estate. That old well. There was nothing in the world that could cause his eyes to ripple. To be continued. Chapter 116. Gao Huan did not look at the eyes, but at the old man's eyebrows. He remembered very clearly that there was a mole between his eyebrows. As expected, there was a mole. Gao Huan suddenly felt a great pain. Heartache. The moment he saw that mole, he knew that he had been tricked. Since the enemy was here, his surprise attack could not possibly succeed. This also meant that this war would end with the human race's victory. This was naturally a matter worthy of heartache, especially to him. Tang San! Tang Jingtian! Gao Huan madly yelled and soared into the sky, about to leave. There was a clattering of metal as several chains flew through the air, straight as a spear, wrapping around his ankles. At the same time, several zither strings pierced through the soft armor woven from the monster bull's tail. Minister Wei took a brush and wrote a few large words. An array obscured the sky. The Tang old master flew up and punched Gao Huan in the chest. Blood wildly sprayed. Gao Huan's young face was covered in blood and madness, but he was still prepared for one last struggle. Yet, out of the corner of his eyes, he suddenly noticed that the flames on the plains were growing dimmer and dimmer. Dusk was already deep, turning into night. Logically speaking, those flames should be getting clearer and clearer, so why were they so faint? Had they been extinguished? This was impossible. In Gao Huan's plan, burning the provisions of the human army had always been the most important goal, far surpassing killing human experts. He led those devil race experts to rush into this formation of carriages in order to attract the attention of other places. His method had succeeded to a certain extent. In the battle just now, the wolf cavalry had succeeded in setting many of the supply carriages on fire. If nothing unexpected happened, those supply carriages would have been burned to ash by the end of the array. Why had those fires been extinguished? It had to be known that the wolf cavalry had not carried ordinary fire seeds, but oil fire from the frigid sea of the extreme north. Even water and sand would find it very difficult to extinguish them. The entire world gradually grew quiet. Gao Huan stood on the grassland in despair. He did not do anything else. Golden blood dyed his body, and in the last rays of the twilight he seemed particularly tragic. He was actually a pure-blooded member of the imperial clan. What did it mean for such a member of the imperial clan to become the chief elder of the Council of Elders? It was no wonder that the previous demon lord had been so apprehensive of him that he had disregarded the shock of the entire court to forcefully eliminate him. Countless gazes fell on Gao Huan and then on the Tang Old Master. To the people of the world, the Tang Old Master was unquestionably the most famous and most mysterious person. In the last 200 years, he had never left Winshui, not even when Mou brought out the Tianhai Divine Empress's imperial decree and beseeched him. The Tang Old Master looked at Gao Huan and indifferently asked, "You recognize me?" Only now did many people recall the words this demon divine domain expert had shouted upon seeing the Tang Old Master. "Tang San, Tang Jingtian." It was a very simple sentence, but it revealed at least 3 facts: the Tang Old Master's name and rank, as well as the fact that this demon expert knew the Tang Old Master. "We met many years ago in Luoyang." Gao Huan said to the Tang Old Master, "I thought that you remembered." The Tang Old Master calmly gazed at him and said, "So it was you? Ha ha, no wonder you know how to say a few human words." Yes, Gao Huan's human language could not be compared to those dukes and nobles in Shuilao City who were only interested in human language. He was truly very familiar with it, but the Tang Old Master's words clearly had a double meaning. Anyone could hear the mockery and harshness in them. It turned out that he also knew this person. "Gao Huan, Gao Yanchen." The Tang Old Master stared into his eyes and said, "I thought that you died long ago, but I think that you probably want nothing more than to die a long time ago." Gao Huan, courtesy name Yanchen. This was his human name. He was a pure-blooded descendant of the demon imperial clan with outstanding talent and also the last demon to study in the human race. The Tang Old Master knew that he had once been a disciple of the longevity sect, but he had truly met him in Luoyang. Luoyang had been surrounded and Gao Huan's identity exposed, but no one dared to kill him, as the demon army outside the city had singled out his safety. The Tang Old Master and his companions had wanted to assassinate him, but their elders had stopped them. If Shang knew that you were still alive, he would definitely be extremely happy. The Tang Old Master looked at Gao Huan and said, "The one who wanted to kill you the most back then was him." Gao Huan replied, "If you had dared to attack me back then, I would have crushed you with a single finger." The Tang Old Master agreed, "Yes, you were much stronger than us back then." Gao Huan sneered, "If you hadn't ambushed me today, I might not have lost." The Tang Old Master shook his head. "Wrong. Even if you won today, you would still have lost in the end." Gao Huan slightly arched his brows. "Why?" The Tang Old Master replied, "Because we waited for 1,000 years. If we still couldn't win, it would be too unreasonable." Gao Huan said, "We also surrounded Luoyang for a very long time, but you also didn't lose. Luoyang is not Shuilao City, and the greatest difference is that none of you were able to enter the city in the end." The Tang Old Master paused, then continued, "And we are about to enter Shuilao City." Gao Huan's body became somewhat stiff. The Tang Old Master patted him on the shoulder and said, "Admit defeat." Perhaps because he had been shaken by the Tang Old Master's palm. A stream of clear tears flowed down Gao Huan's face. He still maintained his smile, but it was a particularly ugly smile, his young face covered in pain. If His Majesty were still here, all of you would have died. Gao Huan suddenly raised his voice as he harshly yelled, "No, If he had died earlier, this would not have happened. If that mighty demon lord had died long ago, how could he have been imprisoned in the abyss 700 years ago? He would assuredly have become a legendary figure of the demon race. In the past 1,000 years, how many of the demon race's dazzling geniuses had been cruelly murdered for threatening the old demon lord's position? How many true geniuses had been destroyed in the many purges in Shualao City? Just what sort of damage had those massacres done to the demon race? There was no answer. The demon lord was already dead. The tears flowed faster and faster, washing his pale face. Gao Huan felt like his heart was in great pain. His left hand tightly gripped the soft armor, blocking his chest, making it harder and harder to breathe. Finally, he slowly collapsed to the ground and stopped breathing. The Tang old master gazed at his corpse in silence for a very long time, recalling many matters of the past. These were truly matters of the past, as it had been almost 1,000 years. On the fallen willow plains, the demon army was like a black tide. One could often see human limbs in the mouths of the giant, bloodthirsty wolves. In the months that Luoyang was surrounded, the city gate had only been opened 3 times. The first time was when the demon army demanded that the humans hand over Gao Huan. The gate of Luoyang was open. Sunlight streamed in, elongating the shadow of that genius demon youth. Gao Huan walked out of the city, his steps very steady, his laughter very arrogant. 2 streams of tears flowed down the Tang old master's face. The crowd jumped in fright. The cosmetic-selling girl and the general of the grain convoy rushed over, wanting to persuade him. The Tang old master's tears over Gao Huan's corpse were, in the view of many people, a sign of mutual appreciation between extraordinary individuals. Minister Wei and the blind zither player knew that this was not the case. These were turbid tears. What they needed the most was a cup of celebration, not consolation. "I'm so happy! I'm so happy!" The Tang old master wept and yelled. "Quickly go to Shualao City. I want to be even happier." Chapter 117. The crowd froze for a few moments before realizing that the old master was truly overjoyed, so they hurriedly busied themselves. "Father, please reconsider." The Tang first master was also in the convoy, holding the Tang old master's arm and trying to persuade him. From a military perspective, a convoy of this scale crossing Mount Nuorlang and heading to Starry Gorge was truly rather risky. The Tang old master was rather unhappy at these words, and only after some persuasion did he change his mind. As he looked at the plains and the mountain range, he felt like he could already see Shualao City several thousand li away, tears streaming down his aged face. "That's right. We've already waited for 1,000 years, so why rush on this day?" The longer one waited, the more impatient one became, but if one truly waited for 1,000 years, then one's patience would always improve. The human armies seemed to be very patient. Whether it was the sudden retreat of the demon army or the inexplicable attack of the hundreds of thousands of tribal warriors, none of them had managed to shake the human front in the slightest. Moreover, they also seemed to have no intention of attacking Shualao City. When I saw Gao Huan die, I suddenly realized that I would also die, so I had to play it safe. The Tang old master gazed at the distant Shualao City and said, "I must see the city fall with my own eyes. I will not permit any accidents." Chun Changxing replied, "Many people want to see that scene with their own eyes." The Tang old master took the hot tea and nodded at Su Yurong. In the entire world, probably only the Tang old master had the privilege of personally brewing tea for the holy maiden. Su Yurong knew that Qin Changsheng wanted to say something inconvenient to the Tang old master, so she faintly smiled and left the tent. The tent was extremely quiet, and this silence persisted for a very long time. Eventually, the steam in the cup of hot tea began to evaporate. "Tang 36 is not sick, but poisoned." Qin Changsheng looked into the Tang old master's eyes. His Holiness, the Pope's divine eyes, are like torches. He naturally could not have made a mistake. That poison did not have much of an effect, only made him suffer from a high fever that would not subside. The Tang old master had no intention of concealing anything. He very indifferently admitted the truth, saying the Tang clan needs him alive. He had admitted it because Chun Chongqing had already guessed at the truth. Since he had not exposed it at the time, it would never be exposed. The Tang old master left the tent and walked toward the small mountain. Su Yurong returned to her tent. She didn't ask that day, and she wouldn't ask today. But Chun Chongqing felt that he should say something, but he didn't know how to start. Everyone is selfish, especially when he is selfless. Su Yurong used these ambiguous words to conclude the matter. The demons in Shuilao City probably already knew of the fate of Gao Huan's lone army and quickly began to pull back. The wolf cavalry, under the cover of the attendant army, broke away from the human black-armored cavalry and returned to the city. A small portion of the 200,000 tribal warriors were received into the city, while the majority remained outside. The chaotic situation gradually calmed down. The human army didn't chase after them, and the result of this sudden, decisive battle could be seen. Standing between the tightly closed city gate and the well-prepared human army, the warriors' eyes were filled with helplessness. The messy tents were filled with despair. The morale of the demon army was already very low, but as the saying goes, a cornered beast will still fight. The human side could wait for a while longer. It was believed that as time passed, the situation would become better, especially for the tribal warriors outside the city. They might even retreat without fighting. For some reason, after Divine General Ming received a report from Red Falcon, he pondered for the time it took to eat a meal before giving the order to continue the assault. The Central Army was to clean up the tribal warriors that covered the mountains and plains, while the Eastern and Western armies were ordered to draw back as quickly as possible. Many officers and ordinary soldiers did not understand this order, but they carried it out with determination. This was because before issuing this order, Divine General Ming had gone to Qin Chongqing and Su Yurong's tent and obtained their support. Moreover, Shang Xingzhou on that small mountain had maintained his silence. Every person had their own memories, and hundreds of thousands of people had hundreds of thousands of memories. The memories of the same event might be similar in outline, but there would often be many discrepancies in the details. Guan Feibai had always believed that it was a day in the middle of the 9th month. He had been lying in his tent, receiving treatment from a Li Palace cleric, when he heard the city gate explode several dozen li away. Lifting the curtain, he saw that the leaves of the tree on the slope were so red they seemed to be oozing blood. Bai Kai, on the other hand, insisted that it was a day at the beginning of the 9th month. The wild trees outside Shuilao City still had their last green. The reason Guan Feibai had seen those leaves red was because he had killed too many demons and his eyes had gone red. There was no need to worry about these discrepancies in his memories. In short, on a certain day, as autumn thickened, the human army launched its final assault on Shuilao City. The final sacred light crossbows fired like a torrential rain at Shuilao City. A wolf cavalry unit prepared to leave the city to receive the tribal warriors had the misfortune to run into this volley of arrows, suffering grievous casualties. The catapults moved like giants to the plains in front of Shuilao City. The demons in the city seemed to see the ancestral spirit of the Gruel clan, their faces pale. The mountainous rocks mixed with the gunpowder whistled through the air, drawing an extremely high arc as they fell into the city with great difficulty, producing muffled sounds. Even more rocks smashed against the walls of Shuilao City. They did not deal any direct damage, but they scattered into a rain of rocks that fell to the ground and battered the heads of the tribal warriors. At the most intense moment of the battle, 2 demi-human armies suddenly attacked from the northwest. The demi-human North Pacifying Army had been roaming the plains ever since leaving Tsong province, but that had just been a cover. The true reinforcements of the demi-humans had actually taken a detour through the plains of the Elf race, passing through the mountains to the west, and under the cover of the Western Army, silently approaching Shualao City. It was all for the sake of delivering a fatal blow to the demons at the crucial moment. Encountering another powerful foe, the demon armies will finally crumbled. More and more tribes began to scatter and flee in all directions. The setting sun dyed the plains red. In order to salvage the situation, the demon commander had taken the risk of infiltrating the human camp in an attempt to kill an important figure like Chen Changxing to change the course of the battle, or perhaps to temporarily slow down the speed at which the demons were defeated. To the south of the city was a swamp. The wind could not disperse the thick fog, and the red light of the setting sun could not penetrate it. Wang Pa had already waited here for the demon commander for many days. When the demon commander used the suicidal charge of several hundred wolf cavalry to sneak into the camp, Wang Pa unsheathed his blade. The bright glow of the blade tore through the thick fog above the swamp, illuminating the entire world. Wang Pa had not launched a sneak attack. He had done it openly. The demon commander glanced at the camp in front of her, regret in her eyes. The human armies were currently forcing their way into Shualao City. The camp had also been moved several dozen li forward. Chun Changxing and Su Yurong could already be clearly seen. Ah! The demon commander gave a furious and unwilling howl. The corpses of the human and demon soldiers around her exploded into a rain of blood. Blood flowed on her armor, drenching it with green rust and bright gems, exuding a cruel and crazed aura. She turned around, took out that ridiculously large blade from her back, and raised it to meet the bright blade glow. With a cracking sound, a several-mile-long crack appeared on the field. Underground springs and lava could be vaguely seen in the crack. The demon commander swayed a few times, but quickly steadied herself. In everyone's eyes, her short body seemed incomparably large. He raised his long saber and rushed into the swamp. The earth quaked, the cold winds were cut apart, and the thick fog was cut apart. The world's two strongest blades clashed once more. Terrifying blade intent stirred the fog, and like a tornado, it was quickly swept clean. The hundreds of thousands of people on the plains could clearly see what was happening in the swamp. The black swamp was incomparably soft and wet, and it was impossible to see two figures moving at such high speeds. Two blade glows would occasionally illuminate the world and send the black mud flying into the sky. Gradually, many truths that had been concealed by the swamp for countless years began to emerge. There were piles of white bones, treasure chests filled with gold coins, and many secret rooms. These histories that might have been forgotten, that might have become stories in books, were cleaved to pieces by these two powerful blades. In the face of absolute power, everything would become meaningless. With a massive boom, Wang Po's blade collided with the demon commander's large blade. All the water in the swamp was sent flying into the air, transforming into a muddy rain. The soft black mud was also sent flying, falling in a radius of several dozen li. Whether it was the demon soldiers or the human soldiers, they were all drenched from head to toe and smelled foul. A fissure 10-some li long appeared on the plains. Wang Pa stood at the end of the fissure, half his body buried in the ground. His face was pale, and two streams of blood flowed from the corners of his lips. The hand gripping the blade trembled, adding another nick to the blade. The demon commander was not much better off. She drew a straight white line in the air as she crashed into the gate of Shualao City. All the demon soldiers on the walls heard the boom and felt the tremors from within the walls. The demon commander vomited blood. Her blood slightly cleared, and just when she was about to fly back to the wall, a shadow suddenly fell on her face. This shadow came from a massive kite. In the light of the setting sun, the kite seemed to be burning. It matched the scenery in the painting hanging under the kite very well. Besides the painting of Sengarama temple burning, there was also a person tied to the kite. The wind rustled the white paper. Xiao Zhan leaped toward the gate, the frost god spear in his hand, as he squeaked. To be continued. Chapter 118. Some time ago, Xiao Zhang had suffered 2 very serious injuries, and his ambush on Black Robe in a carriage had only worsened his injuries. It had also been very difficult for him to ride a kite to chase after the demon commander. But his resolve and determination to strike with his spear were not forced. It was imbued with an aura of no return and an extremely cold and ruthless energy. With a thump, a bloody hole appeared in the demon commander's armor, the bright jewels shattering into shards of ice. With a furious howl, the demon commander flipped his right hand and a crescent blade slammed into Xiao Zhang's shoulder. Xiao Zhang landed on the ground, the white paper on his face drenched in blood. Arrogant and proud laughter came from below. He felt like all the bones in his body were about to shatter. It was painful, but it was also exhilarating. He was confident that no matter how powerful the demon commander was, she would not be able to fight for some time. More importantly, he had fulfilled his promise to Shang Xingzhou. He had sent this painting to Xuelao City. The wolf cavalry of the plains charged at Xiao Zhang, the second demon general's figure clearly visible among them. Just when everyone believed that Xiao Zhang was about to die, 2 dazzling sword glows lit up at the same time and then fused together, transforming into a beautiful rainbow. The kite crashed into the city gate, and the painting of Sengarama Temple on fire also drifted down to the gate. Illuminated by the setting sun, it suddenly began to blaze. Flames flowed down the city gate like a waterfall, a spectacular sight to behold. The rainbow formed by the sword glows forced back the second demon general and the wolf cavalry, at the same time making the waterfall of fire even fiercer. This fire burned for a very long time, with tensome explosions occurring in between. No matter what the demon soldiers did, they could not put out the fire. From dusk into the night, the city gate of Xuelao City continued to burn, looking like a massive wall of fire. On this night, many living beings found it impossible to sleep. The fleeing demon soldiers and the pursuing human cavalry naturally could not sleep, and neither could anyone inside or outside Xuelao City. The Tang Old Master and Shang Xingzhou stood on a small hill, calmly gazing at the distant wall of fire for an entire night, as if it was the most beautiful sight in the world. Perhaps they were thinking of the siege of Luoyang, of the Sengarama Temple that had been burned to ashes, or perhaps they were thinking of nothing at all. In the early morning, the fire was finally extinguished. The city gate had been burned to the point where only its frame was left, and one could vaguely see its outline. Most of it had been reduced to ashes, and it could no longer block the enemy. No one knew what secrets the painting of Sengarama Temple was hiding or why it would burn so fiercely. They could only guess that it had something to do with the Tang family. The entire strategy for this battle had probably been devised by Shang Xingzhou, or perhaps even Wang Jitze. If you wanted to do something and thought about it for a few hundred years, then the method you came up with would definitely be very terrifying. This was also the reason why Chen Changsheng had come to such a conclusion when he saw the empty street and the dog in Winshui City. Old people are really scary. The greatest obstacle to entering Xuelao City had disappeared. But on the morning of the next day, the human armies did not take advantage of the situation to attack the city. Instead, they mobilized all their catapults and ballistae and aimed them at the vanished city gate. From time to time, they fired ballista bolts and catapults to prevent the demon defenders from repairing the gate. The human armies had also suffered grievous casualties. Xiao Zhang was still unconscious, and even Qin Changsheng and Su Yurong were injured. They would not be able to fight at full strength for the time being and needed some time to recover. Moreover, the 2 demi-human reinforcements that had come from afar truly did need to catch their breath. In the central army camp, Chen Changsheng received the commanding generals of the demi-human reinforcements and realized that they were all familiar people. The commanding general of the first demi-human army was the Shi clan leader, while Xiaoda was the primary fighting force. The commanding general of the other demi-human army was the Bear tribe leader, but Chen Chongsheng found it rather strange that he did not see Xian Yuanpa. On the afternoon of the same day, an even more detailed report was sent into the tent. After reading through it, Archbishop and Lin fell silent, then said, "The Brown Bear tribe will be exterminated." In order to distinguish themselves from the Bear tribe of the Red River Valley, the Bear tribe of the Snowy Plains was often called the Brown Bear tribe. Whether it was because they had too many mixed bloods or because they were constantly trading, many spies had appeared among the Brown Bear tribe. Many years ago, when Chen Chongsheng returned to the south with Su Li and when Xiao Zhang returned, they had both been sold out by spies from the Brown Bear tribe. Both the Great Zhou Dynasty and White Emperor City hated the Brown Bear tribe to the bone. If not for the fact that they needed to use the Brown Bear tribe to understand the movements of the demons, they would have long ago attacked them. Now that the outcome of the war had been decided, the Brown Bear tribe naturally would not meet a good end. Chen Chongsheng understood that Archbishop and Lin could not bear to see this and wanted him to issue an amnesty, but after some thought he said nothing. Because of his silence, Archbishop and Lin sighed, then said, "The Wolf tribe leader and elders wish to pay their respects to Sir, but their rank is not high enough." In this war, the demi-human army that had performed the most outstandingly and accomplished the most was not the brave and powerful landowning households, nor was it the violent and warlike Bear tribe. Rather, it was the Wolf tribe that had always kept a low profile and rarely put their lives on the line on the battlefield. This was especially the case half a month ago, when the Wolf tribe was responsible for ambushing the demon reinforcements from Lelong County. They ended up encountering 1,000 wolf cavalry. The battle was extremely bitter, and if the Wolf tribe had not risked their lives and paid a grievous price to completely exterminate the wolf cavalry, they would have broken out of the encirclement, causing the demons to be wary of the demi-human reinforcements. Although Chen Chongsheng had given a portion of the elf grasslands to the Wolf tribe at Zheshio's request, every time he thought about how Zheshio had been driven out of the tribe by his elders as a child and had to wander through the snowstorm, he would always feel some anger towards the Wolf tribe, especially those members of the upper echelon. Today, for the sake of the Wolf tribe's military achievements, he agreed to meet with the Wolf tribe leader and elders, but he was not prepared to give them too much time. The Wolf clan's patriarch and elder walked into the tent and knelt down without saying a word, appearing extremely pious. When they raised their heads, Chen Chongsheng froze, not only because of the sincerity in their eyes, but also because they were very young. How could the Wolf tribe leader and elder be so young? And where did that heartfelt affection and respect come from? Was it because they knew that the grasslands the Wolf tribe currently possessed were bestowed upon them by Chen Chongsheng? Chen Chongsheng took measure of the tribe leader and elder. Seeing their attire, he suddenly understood the answer to these questions. The weather of early autumn in Shuilao City was already rather cold. The Wolf tribe leader and elder were still wearing very thin clothes, especially their sleeves and trousers, which had been cut down to a very short length. Many years ago, when Chen Chongsheng saw Zheshio for the first time under the morning sun outside the Li Palace, he had been like this. Only now did he understand what sort of influence Zheshio had on the Wolf tribe. The current Wolf tribe probably had countless Zheshios, so it was no wonder they were so powerful. With how young the Wolf tribe leader and elder were, they could naturally understand. They were both Zheshio's followers. Their successful ascension represented countless battles and cruel purges. In this process, countless elders of the Wolf tribe had died or been forced to relinquish their authority. But where was Zheshio now? Good news was coming from everywhere. Whether it was the demi-human reinforcements, the 2 border armies approaching the south of Shuila City, or the 3rd wave of cavalry that had just arrived from the south, they were all gaining victory after victory. Demon cities were being broken one after another, and many tribes had already sent people to contact the human armies to ask how they could surrender. Shuilao City was isolated and without help. The human armies had gathered at the foot of the city and were preparing to attack, but they did not encircle it. They paid no attention to the several gates to the north, as the humans did not have that many soldiers. At the same time, they hoped to use this opportunity to lower the demons' will to fight. According to the reports of the scouts, not many demons had escaped from the northern gate, and there were no groups of soldiers. It seemed like the demons were preparing to fight their final battle in Shuolao City. No one was willing to see this sight, but no one was worried because everyone was keenly aware that the human race was certain to win. The destruction of a dynasty was right in front of them, and the end of a period of history was not far away. The demon race had once ruled this world. In the eyes of other races, they were like gods, forever high and mighty, possessing unimaginable wisdom and civilization. But now they were gradually falling into the dust until they fell into the abyss, never to climb out of the ground again. Let alone the demons themselves, even their enemies, the humans and demi-humans, were confused as to why this was happening. They felt a faint sense of disappointment and frustration. Countless years of accumulation, extremely deep resources, and such a developed civilization. Was it really going to come to such a sudden end? It was just like the gate of Shuolao City. It seemed like it would not collapse for tens of thousands of years, but in the end, it had been reduced to smoke by a single fire. It's always being battered by the wind and rain. Su Yurong stood on the slope, a white cloth tied around her wounded left shoulder. Her face was rather haggard, but her expression was very calm. There are many examples of civilization being defeated by barbarism, but we are the true civilization. The demons' problem lies with themselves. They are no longer suited to this era, so there is no medicine to save them. Whether it was in terms of innate intelligence or acquired treatment, there was an enormous gap between the high-level demons and the low-level demons, but it just so happened that the demon seeds of the low-level demons played an indispensable role in the reproduction of their race. This sense of division and the fact that they could not be separated assuredly caused demon society to grow more and more deformed. Many years ago, Grand Scholar Tungus had realized this problem. After a long period of thought, he placed his hopes on the humans. In his view, the humans and the high-level demons were similar in appearance, and more importantly, they had similar levels of intelligence. It was precisely based on this idea that he and the Pope worked together to carry out a series of tasks, ultimately creating a new life like the 8 great mountain men. Alas, his idea ultimately failed to be realized. Chun Chongxing understood her meaning, but he still felt somewhat sorrowful. At this moment, many people in the surrounding camps raised their heads to the sky. The cries of geese could be heard as streaks of lines appeared. More than 10 red geese and red falcons flew over from the south. Just what major event had occurred for so many red geese and red falcons to be mobilized? Everyone had solemn and nervous expressions. The red geese and red falcons brought shocking news. The Prince of Xiang had betrayed them. To be continued. Chapter 119. The Prince of Xiang had not defected to Shuolao City. Even if he wanted to, none of his subordinates would follow him. Therefore, to be precise, he was not a traitor, but a rebel. Taking the 20,000 soldiers that were preparing for war at Yongshu Pass, he came to Jingdo and asked the emperor to abdicate. Because of this news, the camp became very chaotic. Many mounts appeared on the plains, and many gazes fell on a certain tent of the Western army. Wasn't the Prince of Xiang heavily injured and recuperating? How could he suddenly appear in the capital tens of thousands of li away, other than the cavalry commander monitoring Shuolao City? On the evening of the same day, all the commanders of the human army, the important figures of the orthodoxy, and the representatives of the cultivation sects gathered in the central tent. Divine General He Ming stood in front of the sand table, his face flickering with uncertainty. Chun Chongxing and Su Yurong sat at the back and didn't say anything. The tent was unusually quiet, and the atmosphere became more and more oppressive until a sound came from outside. A middle-aged man in disheveled clothes was escorted in. It was the Prince of Xiang. Everyone was shocked. Upon closer inspection, they realized that this person's appearance, build, and demeanor were extremely similar to the Prince of Xiang, but this was only a substitute. The Prince of Xiang was an expert of the divine domain. Beneath his comically plump appearance was a hidden aura of an expert, but this substitute did not. Liar! A hateful curse could be heard coming from somewhere. From the moment they confirmed that the Prince of Xiang was a substitute, they confirmed that the news of the Southern Rebellion was true. Only now did many people recall that in the battle to the north of the Starry Gorge a few days ago, the Prince of Zhongshan had bravely fought and was unfortunately heavily injured, being sent back to the south. The people in the tent looked at each other, wanting to determine who besides the Prince of Xiang and the Prince of Zhongshan had left and who had stayed behind. 3 princes of the Qin clan were in the tent, their faces rather pale. They were not worried that they were suspicious, but were certain that they had been abandoned by the Prince of Xiang. Peng Shihai and the others had particularly nasty complexions. They had a close relationship with the Prince of Xiang, even close. Who could have expected that the Prince of Xiang would be able to hide this from even them? He was leading his soldiers in a bloody battle on the front lines, while the Prince of Xiang and his people were leading rebel soldiers in preparing to attack the capital. How could he not be angry at this contrast? What do they want to do? Do you think it's that easy to change dynasties? Daoist Siyuan's gaze was deep and serene. He looked at Peng Shihai like a ghost. Peng Shihai snorted coldly. He wanted to say something, but in the end he didn't say anything. Why is there no letter from Xuanyang City? Someone suddenly thought of a problem. Xuanyang City was the main camp of the demons on this northern expedition. From the armaments, provisions, and soldiers, everything began here. Its position was extremely important, and after much consideration before the war, it was ultimately decided that the divine domain expert Chao Yunping, who was trusted by all sides, would personally oversee it. For the Prince of Xiang to fake his injuries and secretly return to Snowhold Pass to organize the rebel army was not too difficult. But if the rebel army wanted to reach the capital, they had to pass through Xuanyang City. With Chao Yunping's strength and the garrison of Xuanyang City, even if they could not exterminate the rebel army, they could at least delay them for a very long time. There was no way they wouldn't even have enough time to send out a warning. The rebellion had probably occurred some time ago. Xuanyang City's silence could only mean that there was an extremely bad possibility. Someone personally saw Chao Yunping and the Prince of Xiang together. Divine General He Ming continued to look at the sand table and casually said, "Just outside the capital." Hearing this, the tent fell silent again. All the armies of the great Zhou dynasty were in front of Shuilao City, as were all their experts. Now that Chao Yunping had thrown his lot in with the Prince of Xiang, no one could stop the rebel army. The capital had no walls. If they wanted to exterminate the rebellion and save the emperor, then retreat was their only choice. But Shuilao City was right in front of them, the city gate broken, and the demons on the verge of extinction. If the human armies retreated, the demons would have a chance to catch their breath. Who knew how history would develop? Who would dare to take on this responsibility? It had to be said that the Prince of Xiang had chosen the perfect time to launch his rebellion, or perhaps it was too bad. He wants to become a sinner for all of history. The sound of wheels grinding over gravel came from outside the tent, accompanied by an elderly voice. The Tang old master walked into the tent and looked at the Prince of Xiang's substitute. His eyes were very indifferent, like he was looking at a dead man. Everyone knew that no matter what the outcome of this matter was, this person would never survive. The Prince of Xiang's substitute got up from the ground, tidied his clothes, and smiled at the Tang old master. "Your Highness is wrong." He had naturally prepared himself for death, but for him to remain so calm, one had to admit that he was rather dashing. His Highness is naturally not willing for his own matters to affect the foundation of the human race. The Prince of Xiang's substitute looked around and said, "He entrusted me to tell all of you that before all of you enter Shuilao City and burn down the demon palace, the army will not take a single step into the capital." Peng Shihai harshly said, "Then what if we immediately return south? Is he going to do something disgraceful and heinous? Is he going to threaten us with this? The Prince of Xiang's substitute sternly said, "Wrong again. His Highness has said that if all of you choose to return south, he will allow himself to be captured, but he will look down on all of you." A few dry laughs came from the tent, but they quickly stopped. This was not the time to laugh, and there was a chill in these words. Does His Highness really believe that he will succeed? Divine General, He Ming raised his head and stared into the substitute's eyes. Do you also believe that he will succeed? The substitute faintly smiled. At the start, I also thought that these were the ravings of a madman, but His Highness convinced me. All the strength of the great Zhou dynasty was currently gathered in Shuilao City. If the Prince of Xiang's goal was only to break into the capital, occupy the imperial palace, and force the emperor to abdicate, then it truly would be very easy for him to succeed. The problem was, how many people would he be able to obtain after this? Qin Changshan would assuredly lead the orthodoxy in a counterattack, and he would have the support of the cultivation sects represented by Holy Maiden Peak and the Mount Li Sword sect, as well as the noble clans represented by the Tang clan. Even if the Prince of Xiang temporarily did not need to worry about his teacher-student relationship with the future empress of the demi-humans, this was still very difficult to resist. So why did the Prince of Xiang dare to start this rebellion? Only if he was confident that Chen Changsheng, the Li Palace, and those other factions would not affect him in any way. Just where did his confidence come from? No matter how one looked at it, the first condition was for Shang Xingzhou to declare his position and stand on his side. Many gazes fell on the small carriage outside the tent. The Prince of Xiang's substitute smiled. His Highness, please be at ease. He will definitely place the world above all else and will not act recklessly. It seemed like the Prince of Xiang truly had placed his hopes on Shang Xingzhou. Truly, only Shang Xingzhou could intimidate Chen Changsheng after the matter was over, whether it was through his status as a teacher or his seniority in the orthodoxy. And the entire continent knew that Shang Xingzhou did not like Chen Changsheng. As long as the human race could unite the world, as long as Taizong's descendant remained on the throne, it did not seem important who became emperor. Yuan was dead, so the Prince of Xiang was unquestionably the most suitable candidate for the new monarch. But the entire continent knew that Shang Xingzhou liked Yuan. Why would the Prince of Xiang bet on Shang Xingzhou's support? The tent became extremely quiet. Everyone stared at the small carriage, waiting for Shang Xingzhou to make his decision. The Tang old master suddenly left the tent because he knew what Shang Xingzhou would do. If it were him, he would also make the same choice. The young Taoist boy lifted the curtain and jumped down from the carriage. He looked at the generals and experts in the tent and said in a young and uncertain voice, "Ancestor said that the city is about to fall. Those unimportant minor matters can be discussed later." Several gasps could be heard in the silent tent. Everyone was stunned. His most beloved student was about to die in a shameless rebellion, but he was so indifferent. In the eyes of the venerable Taoist, the extermination of the demon race was truly more important than anything else. Respect was one thing, obedience was another. Not everyone would listen to Shang Xingzhou's opinion. Many generals turned to Divine General He Ming. Divine General He Ming was a commanding general personally appointed by the emperor. So many people had guesses as to how he would choose. His Majesty personally said that when a general is outside, the sovereign's orders may not be obeyed. He will not blindly give orders. Divine General He Ming added, and the capital has not sent an imperial decree. The tent fell into an uproar. No one had expected this sort of attitude from him. The corners of Shui, his forehead, slightly bulged, clearly furious to the extreme. Ling Haizhiwang's face was even gloomier, his hands trembling in his sleeves. He was already prepared to strike. Someone turned to a certain corner. Wang had been quietly standing there the entire time, the Wu clan head and the elders of Mount Li Sword Hall standing nearby. They had maintained their silence this entire time, not even glancing at Chen Chongsheng. But everyone knew that they would stand with Chen Chongsheng, perhaps with Su Yorong. Chen Chongsheng did not look at Su Yorong, but at the young Taoist boy next to the carriage. He seemed to be thinking about something, and his mind seemed to be wandering. Someone coughed. He came to his senses and said, "That's it then." To be continued. Chapter 120. So be it. Regardless of whether the music ends and the people disperse in the end, he had to do what was in front of him first. Just as Shang Xingzhou had said, Shualao City was right before their eyes. As he got closer and closer to Shualao City, the distance between Chen Chongsheng and the small carriage also decreased. Now there was only 10-some li between them, allowing him to clearly see the other party. It was still a small hill. There was a withered tree on the hillside and a few jackdaws perched on it. Their eyes were not red, so they probably had not eaten human flesh before. The small cart stopped under the tree. The little Taoist was squatting on the ground, digging something. Chun Chongsheng suddenly said, "I think the white crane lied to you." Su Yorong crossed her arms and draped an unlined garment over her shoulders. She turned her head and asked, "What did you lie to me about?" Chun Chongsheng hesitated for a while and said, "I wasn't that good-looking when I was young." Su Yorong smiled faintly and said, "Jealous?" Chun Chongsheng looked at the small hill in the distance and softly agreed. Su Yorong said, "Only your senior brother and that person remember what you looked like when you were young. If there's a chance, you can ask them." Who would have thought that the opportunity would come so quickly? In the evening of the same day, Shang Xingzhou sent a message asking Qin Chongsheng to come over. The master and disciple ate a few papayas personally roasted by the young Taoist. This could be considered as their last dinner, and then they began to talk. At the beginning of this conversation, they did not speak of the nearby Shualao City, nor did they speak of the urgent matter of the capital, much less reminisce about the life in Xining Village's old temple. The style of this conversation was very similar to Shang Xingzhou's attitude towards the world, but it also had a hint of Chen Chongsheng's way of the sword with an extremely deep disdain hidden behind the directness. The White Emperor once said that no one on this continent would trust me. This is where I'm inferior to you. Shang Xingzhou said, "But that's because you're very young and have endless possibilities, but I'm already old." There seemed to be no logical connection between the two sentences. Chen Chongsheng listened quietly. When the greatest fear of death is placed in front of us, it's hard for anyone to escape. Shang Xingzhou continued, "In this aspect, I'm far inferior to you. I'm very anxious, so over the years, I've been too hasty in some things." Chun Chongsheng confirmed that he understood. So, behind the disdain, there was something else hidden. This could be considered an explanation, or even an apology. In any case, it was something Shang Xingzhou would never say directly. That was how old people were. Chun Chongsheng suddenly felt a little sad and didn't want to continue this topic. "I think there's something wrong with this." Shang Xingzhou was not worried at all about the rebellion in the capital, nor was Chun Chongsheng. What he truly needed to worry about was Shualao City. The demons had been defeated too quickly. Not only did the master and disciple have this kind of opinion, but the entire court also had this kind of feeling. In the original plan, the human race had already prepared to fight for 3 years, or even longer. But now, it had been settled in less than half a year. This made Chen Chongsheng feel a little uneasy. Black Robe might want to do something, but she will never succeed. Those who are used to mysticism do not understand what true strategy is. In the end, they will only die in the rat's nest of mysticism. 300 years ago, if not for Wang Jitze getting in the way, your martial uncle and I would have already killed her. This person is not worth mentioning. Shang Xingzhou made a very harsh evaluation of the demon military advisor who had a great reputation. It was not only because he had the qualifications to evaluate the advisor in terms of strategy and mysteriousness, but also because he and Black Robe had fought and worked together for several centuries, so they were very familiar with each other. He took out a porcelain bottle and gave it to Chen Changsheng. This medicine is not as effective as the cinnabar pill, but it's very simple to make. The main ingredient is the ancestral spirit fire from beneath White Emperor City. Chen Changsheng froze at these words. He opened the bottle and took a sniff, then asked uncertainly, "The golden thread from the monastery of Eternal Spring?" Shang Xingzhou replied, "Correct." Confused, Chen Changsheng said, "Back then, I truly did think about using this medicine to control its strength, but," Shang Xingzhou said, "your medical skills were taught by me. Do you think you can surpass me?" Chen Changsheng was speechless, but he quickly became happy. No wonder the army had so few casualties this time. Shang Xingzhou said, "In the future, don't refine the cinnabar pill. It's not like you're a woman, so what's the point of bleeding every month?" Chen Changsheng was once more speechless. His mouth slightly opened, but he didn't know what to say. For some reason, Shang Xingzhou felt a little angry at his appearance. "There's nothing else. Let's go." He was still so stern and at times extremely cold. Chen Changsheng suddenly thought of his childhood in Xining Village's old temple. His master's attitude toward him had always wavered between cold and stern, just like today's conversation. Sternness was much better than indifference. Shang Xingzhou had been cold to the young Chen Changsheng precisely because he was afraid that Chen Changsheng would fall in love with the little Taoist he had raised, because he knew that he was using Chen Changsheng. Later on, he loathed Chen Changsheng precisely because he loathed that part of him that was related to Chen Changsheng. Both master and disciple knew this. They had spoken of it in the Orthodox Academy and in the Mausoleum of Books, so there was no need to speak of it now. The current Shang Xingzhou was probably very happy because he no longer had to worry about falling in love with the little Taoist he had raised. As he gazed outside the carriage at the soot-blackened face of the little Taoist, Chen Changsheng thought to himself, "You're also happy." Before leaving, he finally couldn't help but ask that question. "Master, was I not pretty when I was a child?" Shang Xingzhou thought it over, then replied, "Not bad. Your two students have treated you rather well." After Chen Changsheng left the hill, the Tang old master returned from the back of the mountain. In the days that he had been on the front lines, the Tang old master had not spent time with the people of the Tang clan. Instead, he spent every day with Shang Xingzhou. Shang Xingzhou said, "It's not like you don't know how those two little thieves forced me 10 years ago." The Tang old master sighed. "But they're still much more filial than my own grandson. That little brute almost tore down his own ancestral hall." Shang Xingzhou glanced at him and asked, "Just what do you want to say?" The Tang old master seriously asked, "Are you still well?" Shang Xingzhou fell quiet for a while, then replied, "Not very well." The Tang old master gazed at Xuelao City under the starlight and said, "It's already come to this. You have to wait a little longer." Shang Xingzhou replied, "Those people that I personally sent away didn't see it, so I naturally have to see it myself." The human armies did not retreat south, but continued to prepare for the final assault. The western and eastern armies fanned out to clear out the strongholds outside the city, but the news of the rebellion could not be completely suppressed. It quickly spread, causing the mood in the camps to grow more and more tense. Perhaps the demon lord in Xuelao City had learned of the internal strife of the human race, and he had organized several wolf cavalry to launch a counterattack, but they were all resolutely beaten back by the human armies. Strangely, the upper echelons of the demon race still had no intention of abandoning Xuelao City, and no one knew what they were thinking. One morning at 5 o'clock, Chen Changsheng opened his eyes and woke up. He used 5 breaths of time to calm his mind, then got out of bed. With Hua's help, he put on his shoes and clothes, washed his face and rinsed his mouth, and then walked out of the tent. He circled the hill where the central army tent was, and then he stared blankly at Xuelao City, shrouded in mist. After defying the heavens and changing his fate in the Mausoleum of Books, his life was still simple and healthy, but he was no longer as rigidly disciplined and almost painstakingly cultivated as he had in the past 10-some years. In truth, it had been a very long time since he had gotten up so early. At 6 o'clock, Suyurong woke up, and the two ate breakfast together. After eating 2 bowls of wheat porridge, Suyurong decided to sleep a little longer. Chun Chongxing felt very free, so he decided to take a stroll. The morning sun gradually rose, and the mist dispersed. He felt a slight vibration on his wrist, and then Luolua's voice came from within. Chun Chongxing glanced at the gradually clearer Shuelao city, then went to that small hill 10-some li away. He stood in front of the carriage and said, "The time has come." Shang Xingzhou was quiet for a while, then said, "Enter the city." Chapter 121. The army of hundreds of thousands of humans advanced toward Shuelao city. They walked in silence, not making much noise, but there was no other atmosphere, only tranquility. This did not seem like the march of the victors, but more like a wanderer returning home. It truly was a rather strange sight. The honor of being the first to enter Shuelao city had been bestowed upon Guan Feibai. The Mount Li Sword sect had played an extremely important role in this war, achieving countless achievements, but it had also suffered many casualties among its disciples. Of course, this was also very dangerous. There might be an ambush at the city gate, some red-eyed wolf cavalry. Guan Feibai raised his sword and walked toward the city gate. The city gate that had been destroyed by the fire of Sangharama Temple now only had its frame left, and it had been continuously damaged by the catapults over the last few days. Guan Feibai walked in. Everything was so casual. There were no sneak attacks, no ambushes, no battles. He stood in the empty city gate, slightly tilting his head as if he was also rather surprised. Then he turned around and waved his hand at the plains behind him. Cheers rose up and soared into the heavens. With a thunderous thundering of hooves, the cavalry entered the city. Under the protection of the red falcons, the flying carriage slowly ascended the city walls. The moment they entered Shuelao city, many people, including Chun Chongxing, couldn't help but turn their heads to the south. What was happening to the capital? I've never seen such a shameless person. The Prince of Luling stared at the distant square-faced man exuding an aura of dignity and resentfully said, "Even his own nephew wants to rebel. Just what is going on in his head?" The Prince of Cheng followed his gaze and realized that it was Tianhai Chenwu. He bitterly smiled and said, "That old fox is more shrewd than anyone else. He won't stand on the wrong side." No one had expected that the Tianhai clan, which had been cautious and low-key for 10-some years, would be the first to respond to the Prince of Xiang's rebellion. Many people were just as confused as the Prince of Luling. It had to be known that the blood of the Tianhai clan flowed in the emperor's body. The Prince of Cheng saw the Prince of Luling's expression and realized that he still did not understand. He could only patiently explain, "Last year His Majesty went to the 100-herb garden 3 times. The Prince of Luling froze, then asked, "So what?" Prince Cheng lowered his voice and said, "There's always been a rumor that His Holiness the Pope buried the divine Empress's body in the 100-herb garden." The Prince of Luling finally understood. Sucking in a breath of cold air, he said, "Could it be that His Majesty really intends to reverse the verdict?" County Prince Cheng shook his head and said, "Your Majesty and Tao Master have a deep relationship. It shouldn't be like this. But in the end, he and the Empress are mother and son. If he goes to the 100-herb garden to pay his respects, no one will be able to say anything. I'm just worried that his feelings for the Empress will grow deeper and deeper. That will be troublesome. The Tianhai Divine Empress had died 10-some years ago. Before this, Yuren did not have many memories of her, and logically speaking, he should not have had much affection for her. However, feelings were the most wonderful thing in the first place. Just a few words from a bystander, and some scenes could make it flood again. His Majesty developing feelings for the Divine Empress was a very natural matter. No one would worry except for the Tianhai clan. When the entire world rebelled against Tianhai, the emperor could not hate Shang Xingzhou, could not hate the princes of the Qin clan, could not hate those ministers of the court, but he could hate the Tianhai clan and Su Shiji. That old fox Tianhai Qinwu could clearly see that the deeper his majesty felt for the divine empress, the more he would hate the Tianhai clan, because they were traitors. If Su Shiji could still barely survive in the court because of Su Yorong, what would happen to the Tianhai clan when the time came? On the Luo River in early autumn, the two banks were lined with green trees, the sky high and the air cool. The armies returning from the north, the princes of the Qin clan, and the experts raised by the Tianhai clan stood on the banks of the river in two dense rows. If several thousand ballista bolts were fired in unison, this rebellion might end in a comical and bloody fashion. But let alone the capital, even if all the provinces and counties were added together, they still would not be able to muster so many ballista bolts. It was precisely because of this that the rebel army was so unorganized that the princes and the rebel generals were still in the mood to chat. The rebel army did not surround the city because the capital had no walls, so it was simply impossible to surround it. In the silent wait of the last few days, the vast majority of the common people had already fled. The capital was probably very deserted, with not a single person to be seen on the streets. This did not seem like a rebellion at all, but more like an outing. The rebel army seemed very relaxed, but from certain details, one could still see that they were very nervous. Those untimely chats had always been evidence of their nervousness. If the Prince of Xiang did not win his gamble, they would all die without a grave. At this moment, a red goose flew over. The news from the front lines had been sent back to the capital. The human army had finally broken into Shualao City. Cheers rose from the two banks of the Luo River. Whether it was the princes or the rebel soldiers, all of them revealed sincere smiles, which quickly turned into awkwardness. It now appeared that they no longer needed to worry about becoming the greatest sinner in history and bearing eternal infamy. But why did they feel that their faces were even more unsightly? Your Highness, do you really not care about becoming infamous for 10,000 years? In the carriage at the very front of the rebel army, Chao Yunping rubbed his round cheeks and smiled at the Prince of Xiang. After stealthily returning from the front lines, the Prince of Xiang had stayed in Snowhold Pass for a while. He had already recovered from his two previous injuries, but he was clearly much thinner than before. And you? The Prince of Xiang indifferently glanced at Chao Yunping and said, if the Elder of Heavenly Secrets were still alive, he would probably tear you apart. Chao Yunping chuckled. I don't care about eternal infamy because I'm a fool. The Prince of Xiang smiled. That's reasonable, then I'm a madman. After a while his smile faded. As he gazed at the imperial palace in the distance, he sighed and leisurely said, in truth, it's just that I'm not willing. He had always believed that of Emperor Xian's sons, he was the most outstanding, and his filial piety to the divine empress was commendable. In every aspect he should have been emperor, and he had an even more outstanding son. If he did not seize this chance, once the demons were exterminated and the humans unified the continent, Yuan would obtain unprecedented prestige and he would lose all hope. It was just that simple. Chao Yunping ruefully said, I don't know if we can win this gamble. The Prince of Xiang rubbed the fat on his belt and said, His Majesty wants to reverse Imperial Mother's verdict. How can the venerable Taoist tolerate him? Chao Yunping shook his head. In the end, it's something that hasn't happened. So how can it be hidden from the venerable Taoist? The Prince of Xiang replied, Even so, the venerable Taoist might not support His Majesty. In truth, many people have never thought that his attitude towards His Majesty is actually a reflection of his attitude towards Emperor Taizong. To put it another way, he likes His Majesty because he likes Emperor Taizong's benevolent, wise side of Emperor Taizong. So why can't he like me? Chao Yunping pointed at the Prince of Xiang's round belly and said, Could it be that you also have Emperor Taizong's good points? The Prince of Xiang sternly replied, Of course, isn't my daring and extremely shameless behavior just another side of Emperor Taizong? Chow Yunping clutched his belly and laughed. But it didn't take long for his laughter to stop. He looked at the Prince of Xiang and very seriously said, I suddenly feel that your words are very reasonable. The rebel army encountered no resistance when they entered the capital, and the deserted streets truly were devoid of pedestrians. Only the occasional stray cat would warily raise its head from a pile of trash. The capital's garrison was very small, numbering around 3,000 imperial guards and orthodoxy cavalry. They had long ago retreated to the imperial palace and the Li Palace. The soldiers participating in the rebellion were naturally extremely loyal to the Prince of Xiang, but their numbers were not very high. 13,000 cavalry did not have much of an advantage over the imperial guards and orthodoxy cavalry, who had the geographical advantage, much less control over the entire capital. The rebel army's true chance of victory rested on the Prince of Xiang and Chow Yunping, two experts of the divine domain. The majestic imperial city was right in front of them, and the ginkgo trees that had begun to shed their leaves were extremely conspicuous on the flat ground of New North Bridge. The Prince of Xiang and Chow Yunping stood amidst the yellow leaves, gazing at the imperial palace, paying no attention to the mighty divine crossbows on the walls. Sensing the powerful qi in the imperial palace, Chow Yunping slightly creased his brow and asked, This is the imperial design. The Prince of Xiang also creased his brow. The Lingyan pavilion has been destroyed, and I'm sure that the white sun flame was sent to Shualao City, so this should only be a part of the imperial design. Chow Yunping squinted his eyes, which were like two slits on a large steamed bun. This is rather troublesome. At this moment, another very troublesome piece of news came from the rebel army. The Prince of Xiang's complexion turned rather nasty, but Chow Yunping began to laugh. To be continued. Chapter 122. Just like the other streets, the road of peace was deserted. The experts of the Tianhai clan and those princely estates had long since left the city to rendezvous with the rebel army and were now outside the imperial palace. At this time, the Prince of Zhongshan left the rebel army and returned to his estate on the road of peace. The Prince of Xiang and the Prince of Zhongshan had the highest prestige among the princes of the Qin clan. His departure was a very shocking matter to the rebel army, and it might even shake their morale. Qin Shi was the chief strategist of the manor. He did not follow the army north. Instead, he secretly remained in Jingdou, acting as liaison and support. After receiving the news, he quickly returned to the prince's mansion. When he saw the prince sitting in the armchair, it was as if he had seen a ghost. The Prince of Zhongshan had been recuperating at Blue Pass this entire time. Today, he had arrived at the capital and met with the Prince of Xiang in the rebel army. After speaking for a while, he had returned to his personal camp. No one had expected that he would return to the capital himself. After returning to his estate, he took a bath, slept, and changed into a thin and soft silk robe. At this moment, he was holding a bowl of fried paste noodles and slurping it down. My good prince, what are you doing? Do you know that we are plotting a rebellion? Is this a rebellion? Qin Shi said with a face full of absurdity, You can either follow them or quickly make up your mind. How can you just go home and sleep? Is this bowl of noodles that delicious? The Prince of Zhongshan put down his bowl and expressionlessly said, Annoying. Just tell me what you want. Qin Shi's eyes turned as he whispered, From the situation outside the imperial city, the Prince of Xiang seems very confident. The Prince of Zhongshan sneered, You think that Brother Wang will let me be emperor? Qin Shi was slightly startled and said, I think it shouldn't be. The Prince of Zhongshan replied, This being the case, what difference does it make to me whether he succeeds or not? Qin Shi bitterly smiled. The problem is that if Sir does not obey the Prince of Xiang, once the matter is over, he will assuredly kill you. The Prince of Zhongshan replied, That's reasonable. Since His Majesty will not kill me, I will still support His Majesty. Qin Shi was stunned again, wondering where these words came from. Before he could say anything else, the Prince of Zhongshan's hand landed on his throat. His Highness's fingers were like iron. She really shouldn't have persuaded him to put down the bowl of zhajiang noodles. These were Qin Shi's last two thoughts. Even when his throat was crushed, he still could not understand how the prince knew of his private contact with the Prince of Xiang's estate and why he had done this. Qin Shi's corpse was dragged away, but the Prince of Zhongshan still felt very unhappy. He undid his clothes and vigorously fanned himself. A beautiful concubine walked in and quickly fanned him with a small fan. What the strategist couldn't understand, even at the moment of his death, this concubine saw it clearly. Even if the prince did not know that this strategist had a secret relationship with the Prince of Xiang's estate, he would not listen to his opinion, because the prince had never had a favorable opinion of the Prince of Xiang. Even though the rebel army situation was very good, even though Prince Qinlu had been a hostage for 10 years, he was still able to successfully convince so many courtiers. I heard that some people in the palace have also been convinced by Prince Qinlu. The concubine somewhat hesitantly glanced at the Prince of Zhongshan. The Prince of Zhongshan replied, "Tongues are like sabers and swords, but in the end they're not real sabers and swords, so what use do they have?" The concubine sighed and filled the wine cup in front of him. The Prince of Xiang gazed out the window at the autumn sky, his hand gripping a small cup of wine. His mood was not as relaxed as his expression. The rebel army had taken control of the capital, but there was still some time before they could take the imperial palace. Just where did the Prince of Xiang's confidence come from? Why did he not care about Chen Chongqing in the slightest? The Prince of Zhongshan suddenly thought of something and smashed his wine cup on the table. He harshly yelled, "North Pacifying Army!" From its name, one could see that the North Pacifying Army was the strongest army of the demi-human race. The North Pacifying Army was originally supposed to reinforce the human army and attack the demons. But not long after passing the Tsong Province Army headquarters, it stopped advancing north and began circling around the plains. At the start, many people believed that the demi-human race had gone back on their word. Later on, when 2 demi-human reinforcements suddenly appeared at Shuolao City, many people believed that the North Pacifying Army was acting as a cover for the 2 demi-human reinforcements. However, reality proved that all their guesses were wrong, or perhaps incomplete. Before those 2 demi-human reinforcements had passed through the mountains bordering the Elf Steppe to reach Shuolao City, the North Pacifying Army had already begun to move. A group of 20,000 demi-human warriors swiftly passed through the western Psong Plateau. Under the deliberate permission of the garrison of Snowhold Pass, they silently brushed past the left side of Tianliang County and finally reached the perimeter of the capital. Mount Mo had collapsed for 10 years and was now tensome shallow hills, all sorts of wildflowers growing on them. As they passed through these hills, many demi-human warriors would have a wildflower on their collars. Many farmers along the way had already noticed the existence of this demi-human army. The people of the great Zhou dynasty could often see demi-humans, but it was very rare for them to see so many muscular demi-human men at the same time. They inevitably felt somewhat uneasy, but the thought that the demi-humans were allies of the humans prevented them from crying out in panic. The North Pacifying Army truly lived up to its reputation as the most elite of the demi-humans. Demi-human warriors were naturally undisciplined and undisciplined, but they still managed to maintain excellent military discipline during this long march. Even when they formally met up with the rebel army on the outskirts of the capital, there were no problems, and there was no chaos that many people feared. 20,000 valiant demi-human warriors had joined the rebel army, completely throwing the balance of power between the 2 sides out of balance. More importantly, the appearance of the North Pacifying Army in the capital represented the White Emperor's stance. Only now did everyone realize that the White Emperor and the Prince of Xiang had already formed an alliance. After the northern expedition against the demons concluded, the experts of the divine domain would presumably need a very long time to recuperate. Shang Xingzhou was old, and Wang Jitze would not participate in worldly affairs. The Prince of Xiang and Qiao Yunping, two experts of the divine domain, and the White Emperor, a saint, truly had the right to determine the situation of the entire continent. The morale of the rebel army was boosted, but the front lines were still engaged in a decisive battle with the demons. Neither the princes, the generals, nor the soldiers could truly be confident, so even now they had not used catapults or other large-scale siege weapons. But if this stalemate continued, blood would inevitably flow. The gates of the imperial city were tightly shut, the rebel army and the defending army constantly cursing at each other. The rebel army had not used siege weapons, perhaps for this very reason, but the divine crossbows on the walls of the imperial city had not been fired. However, the obscenities that fell into the ears of the rebel army were no better than the arrows flying through the air. Grand Tutor Baiying, supported by several civil officials, shakily walked up to the walls. Looking down at the rebel army, he used a sound-amplifying artifact to speak for some time. Seeing that the rebel army did not move, he couldn't help but grow angry. He began to shout at the Prince of Xiang, his words constantly repeating the phrase, "Eternal curse." The rebel army parted like a tide. The Prince of Xiang rode to the front of the imperial city and said to Grand Tutor Baiying, "To be condemned by the masses and die without a cause, that is the weakling, not me." Grand Tutor Baiying was disappointed. He placed his hand on his chest as he was helped down by the officials. To be continued. Chapter 123. Mou appeared on the city wall. Her face was still as beautiful as ever, but she looked a little tired. The Prince of Luoyang nervously stood at her side, very worried that an arrow might fly out of nowhere. Mou said, "Since your Highness has already made up your mind, Prince Chen Lu's life naturally cannot threaten you." Although he said that he wasn't a threat, he was still a threat. Many of the rebel soldiers were looking at the Prince of Xiang. The Prince of Xiang's eyes glistened with tears as he said, "My son died a worthy death with no regrets. He should be conferred the title of Crown Prince." Mou was very impressed and didn't say anything else. Prince Chen Lu's face was a little pale. Perhaps it was because the weather was a little gloomy, or perhaps it was because he hadn't seen the sun for a long time. He looked at the old eunuch and said, "I don't know how to repay the kindness of living again." Just like that beautiful concubine of the Prince of Zhongshan had been wary of, Prince Chenlu was truly worthy of being publicly acknowledged as the descendant of the imperial clan most similar to Emperor Taizong. He possessed an unimaginable charisma. Even though he had been imprisoned in the palace for 10 years, not only had he not become dispirited, he had succeeded in obtaining the support of many people. The old eunuch was the most important person among them. This was the laundry department, the most messy and unobtrusive place on the east side of the imperial city. No one would have thought that he, who was supposed to be imprisoned in Weiyang Palace and heavily guarded, would actually be outside the imperial city. The old eunuch sighed and said nothing. He turned and walked into the imperial city. Prince Chen Lu looked up at the gloomy sky. He did not continue to think about what the old eunuch's sigh meant, because it was meaningless. His eyes were even calmer than before, but there was an extremely faint trace of weariness in the depths of his eyes. The imperial city had already been surrounded by the rebel army. The demi-human North Pacifying Army was responsible for the southeast region, which was the direction between the Orthodox Academy and the 100 Her Garden. In particular, the Orthodox Academy had been surrounded so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. It was even more heavily guarded than during the coup of the Mausoleum of Books. The teachers and students that remained in the academy were extremely nervous and did not know what to do. No one noticed that a seemingly thin and weak student had passed through the forest by the lake and arrived in front of the imperial city. This was the forbidden ground of the Orthodox Academy, and the gate leading to the imperial city had a powerful array attached to it. Moreover, it had a lock that was very difficult to open. The thin and weak student didn't care about these rules at all. He easily broke the formation, took out a key from his sleeve, and opened the old lock covered in green copper rust. She was no ordinary student. She was very familiar with the Imperial Palace and the Orthodox Academy. To be more accurate, she was the vice principal of the Orthodox Academy. When Prince Chen Lu fled the palace, Luo quietly sneaked into the palace. She brought the greetings of the Orthodox Academy to the emperor, as well as a certain variable. The White Emperor had sent the North Pacifying Army to express his support for the Prince of Xiong, but she was in the palace. Would the North Pacifying Army really dare to attack the palace? More importantly, would the North Pacifying Camp listen to her orders and change their stance? No one knew how the situation would develop. Even now, the rebel army did not know that Luo had entered the imperial palace. But Prince Chen Lu felt a bad omen. The wind from the west was too humid, or the well water was too sweet. There were always some inexplicable details that made people think of many things. He had just escaped from the imperial palace and did not have the time to talk with his father for a long time before he made his request very forcefully. Regardless of whether the imperial design could be opened or not, the rebel army should still attack the imperial city and exert even more pressure. The imperial design can only stop experts like you and Uncle Chow, but it can't stop ordinary people. And there are still many places in the capital that need to be controlled. The Prince of Xiong could not oppose Prince Chen Lu's pale face and gloomy eyes. Battles would naturally occur between control and resistance, and blood would flow. When the situation became even more chaotic, some houses would even be set on fire. With Prince Chen Lu's return, the movements of the rebel army became much more intense. On the evening of the same day, many fires appeared in the capital. The two sides that had controlled themselves for many days finally began to lose control. In the streets and alleys around the Imperial Palace and the Li Palace, scenes of burning, killing, and looting appeared. In Prince Chen Lu's view, these were all prices that had to be endured for success, so he didn't need to care. He was concerned about more important matters. He personally led the 300-some rebel cavalry to the Orthodox Academy. One temple of Xining rules the world. Prince Chen Lu said these words as he gazed at the gate of the Orthodox Academy. These words had been circulating in the continent for 10-some years, and they were even on the verge of becoming a truth, a sort of faith of the populace. If one wanted to destroy these words, they first had to destroy the Orthodox Academy. But this gate was truly very familiar. Many years ago, in an autumn rain, Tianhai Xingxue had returned from the north, bringing with him his generals to smash the gate of the Orthodox Academy into ruins. Jin Yilu had defeated divine General Fei Jian, and then there was the Ivy Festival. The Orthodox Academy had never repaired the gate precisely so that it could slap the Tianhai clan in the face. Only in the grand examination did Tianhai Xingxue finally concede and personally lead a group of people to repair the gate, thus creating yet another story of the capital. That period just happened to be the beginning of the close relationship between Prince Chen Lu and the Orthodox Academy. When the gate was repaired, he had even personally seen the design and given his opinion. To put it another way, he had also contributed to the current gate. At that time, the ivy in front of the gate had been completely removed, leaving the smooth stone surface uncovered. Now, the ivy had grown back, concealing the majority of the words. "Smash it open." Prince Chen Lu calmly uttered these two words. The rebel soldiers brought their prepared fighting logs forward. Under the confused gazes of the demi-human soldiers, they smashed against the gate. With several thunderous bangs, several cracks appeared on the gate of the Orthodox Academy, and with a crack, the gate slowly fell to the sides. The night was gradually getting late. The rebel soldiers and demi-human soldiers had all lit torches. The light of the torches illuminated the depths of the 100 Flowers Lane, illuminated the shattered gate, and illuminated many young faces. Those faces were all very young, and it was obvious that they were very nervous. In their eyes, one could clearly see the fear, but not a single person left, because they were the teachers and students of the Orthodox Academy. Prince Chinlu was rather surprised, not because of this sight, but because the person standing at the very front of the teachers and students of the Orthodox Academy was Tianhai Xingxue. The light of the torches clearly illuminated Tianhai Xingxue's face. Prince Chinlu felt that the affairs of the world were truly wondrous. He smiled, but it was somewhat bitter. It was a cloudy day in Shuilao City, especially cloudy. The clouds were especially thick, completely obscuring the sun. The streets of the city were so gloomy that it seemed like it was still before dawn. From time to time, one could hear the barking of dogs and the sounds of chasing and fighting. The resistance of the demon soldiers continued. They were clearly not organized, but they still brought many problems to the human armies. The cavalry galloped along the straight and wide streets. Fireworks would occasionally light up, and it was only in the evening that the intensity of the battle began to gradually weaken until it finally died down. Shuilao City was very large. In order to clear the roadblocks and fend off the occasional ambushing demon experts, the procession could not advance too quickly. In addition, there was another important reason. It was only in the evening that Chen Chongxing and Su Yorong's divine carriage finally arrived at the imperial city, which was lined with buildings. They were still very far from the demon palace. A flower of fire bloomed at the very front of the procession, spraying out a jade-like light that drove away the deepening darkness. If someone were very close, they would be able to see that this torch was neither gold nor jade, but made of opaque glass. Its surface was milky white, but its interior was filled with countless crystalline granules that seemed to contain an endless amount of energy. This was the divine artifact of the demons, the White Sun Flame. In that war several hundred years ago, Emperor Taizong and his generals had seized this divine artifact from the battlefield. They had then brought it back to the capital and placed it in the Lingyan Pavilion. Today it had been brought back by the human armies to Shuilao City, but this did not mean that it had returned home. It was more like a legacy of some powerful will. Some demon commoners had been driven out of their homes and stood on the two sides of the street. Some poor demons stood in front of the ruined buildings, curiously watching the human armies advance toward the demon palace. Whispers could be heard at the sight of that jade-like flame. For some reason, some of the demon commoners gradually began to kneel. To be continued. Chapter 124. Other than the legendary White Sun Flame, the demon populace were more concerned about that divine carriage and that small carriage. When they thought about how the human Pope and Holy Maiden were in the carriage, even though they were defeated, they couldn't help but feel curious and excited. In the snowy plains of the land of demons, Chen Chongsheng was very famous, while Su Yorong was even more famous because of the demon lord's passionate confession. But who was in that small carriage? The populace was very confused as to why a human could be ranked ahead of the Pope and Holy Maiden. As speculation spread, the populace learned that this was the teacher of the human emperor and the Pope, Shang Xingzhou. It was said that he was on par with Wang Zhizi. Shang Xingzhou ignored the curious gazes from the sides of the street. His gaze was also brimming with curiosity as it rested on the buildings lining the street. He had come to Shuilao City before and read through countless related documents, but this was his first time entering this city. To him, this capital of the demon race was both strange and familiar, brimming with an intoxicating sense of unreality. Just like those buildings, they truly were very beautiful, but also very illogical. Just what did those spires that soared into the clouds symbolize? Why was it that the windows were clearly inlaid with glass as blue as the ocean, allowing the most dazzling sunlight to enter, so sinister and sinister, like a true netherworld? The most magnificent building appeared before everyone's eyes. Even in the pitch-black, starless night, it was still striking like a true mountain. It was the Demon Palace. The Tensum-Zhang tall gate of the Demon Palace was already broken, and light blue flames could be seen at its edges, probably related to the materials used. The small carriage stopped outside the Demon Palace, not entering, so the entire convoy stopped. Time slowly passed. but the small carriage remained motionless, and no sound came from within. Countless gazes fell on the small carriage. The Tang old master walked to the side of the small carriage. Chun Chongqing and Su Yurong also walked to the side of the small carriage. The Tang old master asked through the azure curtain, "Are we going in?" The azure curtain was raised, revealing Shang Xingzhou's face. He asked, "Is it about time?" The Tang old master turned to Qin Chongqing. After a moment of silence, Qin Chongqing nodded. They had entered the city in the morning and only now arrived at the Demon Palace. Besides the reasons mentioned earlier, the most important reason was that he had ordered the entire convoy to circle around Shuilao City, ensuring that they passed through all the famous streets and saw all the famous buildings. "It's about time," the Tang old master said. "Then this is it." Shang Xingzhou let out a satisfied sigh and closed his eyes. It was silent in front of the Demon Palace. The sounds of battle in the distance and the light from the fireworks that lit up the night sky could clearly be heard here. After some time, the Tang old master stepped forward and lowered the curtain. Qin Chongqing walked to the front of the carriage and carried the young Taoist down. The little Taoist knew who he was, so he wasn't afraid and hugged him tightly. Qin Chongqing noticed that the little Taoist sleeves were tied very tightly and there were some bloodstains on his face. He knew that they were left behind from the past few days of treating the soldiers. "You have an uncle whose sleeves are cut very short. It's very convenient. I'll do it for you in the future." The little Taoist nodded and said, "All right." Su Yurong stepped forward and took him from Qin Chongqing's arms. The little Taoist had never seen Su Yurong before, but he still behaved very obediently. Qin Chongqing walked into the Demon Palace. Su Yurong carried the little Taoist and followed behind. The little Taoist looked at the carriage and finally couldn't help but cry, "Is the old ancestor dead?" Qin Chongqing didn't say anything and didn't turn around. The Tang old master followed, his hands held behind his back. Wangpa had come. He was prepared to pull the small carriage into the Demon Palace. "I'll do it." Xiao Zhang took over the task. Everyone knew that the most suitable person for this task was Qin Chongqing, but they also knew why he was unwilling to stop. The sounds of fighting in the Demon Palace gradually came to a stop. Some of the palace halls had begun to blaze, but they were quickly extinguished. Even though they were occupied, everything seemed to be in order. Just like Qin Chongqing's footsteps, they were steady and rhythmic, neither hurried nor slow. But he could not clearly see the appearance of the halls in the Demon Palace. These halls were built from the extremely rare black stone and had an extremely majestic aura. Moreover, different halls had different styles and colors. When these techniques, commonly seen in Shuilao City's paintings, were applied to these buildings, they truly were astonishing, exuding a rich and dazzling sense of beauty. But in his eyes, these were all blurry patches of color. In the depths of the Demon Palace was a field of sunflowers. It occupied an extremely vast area, looking like a yellow sea. Even on this cold and cheerless autumn night, it still exuded an aura of boundless warmth. The group stepped through the sea of sunflowers and proceeded deeper. They sensed that the warmth around them was gradually growing colder, while an evil and gloomy energy, like the darkness of the night, was growing stronger. It was recorded in the Taoist scriptures that this energy was the Qi of the Abyss, one of the sources of the demon race's power. The Demon Palace was at the edge of the abyss, so it seemed like it really wasn't far. The yellow sunflowers parted like the tide, and an incomparably tall palace that was completely black in color appeared before everyone's eyes. Through the stone steps that were several li long, the group entered the Demon Palace. Only now was Qin Chongqing's vision no longer blurry, though it was still somewhat red. The space within the Demon Palace was enormous. There was not a single stone pillar to support it, and it was entirely built from massive black stones. At every set distance, one would see a painting, a person, a landscape, a flower, or even a simple brush stroke. All of them seemed to contain a great deal of wisdom. Starting from the gate of the demon palace, the group had not encountered any demons, nor had there been any here. It was abnormally deserted. A dark green light suddenly appeared in front of the group, stabbing at Qin Changxing's forehead. Even at this distance, the group could sense the poison on it. Qin Changxing was very familiar with this green light. It was Nank's peacock plume. Su Yurong said something to the young Taoist boy in her bosom, but she did not raise her head. The dagger flew through the air and accurately stabbed at the green light. Just when Qin Changxing was prepared to receive Nank's strange attack, the green light vanished in the air. Soon after, a series of collisions came from above the demon palace, and then snowflakes drifted down. With a loud bang, the two figures landed heavily on the ground. Even the hard black rocks were smashed into several cracks. As the dust settled, a black-clothed girl restrained Nank. "Why have you become so much weaker?" The black-clothed girl asked Nank in confusion. Qin Changsheng looked at Nank's pale face and was also rather surprised. He didn't know what she had endured in the days she had been back in Shuala City. "I truly regret that I should have killed you the moment I saw you in the garden of Zhou." Nank ignored the black-clothed girl and stared at Qin Changsheng's face, her voice brimming with boundless hatred. Qin Changsheng was quiet for a while. Without replying, he continued deeper into the demon palace. Nank gazed at his back and shouted in despair, "Will you only be satisfied when we all die?" "No, I just want you to surrender." Qin Changsheng silently gazed at the small carriage, then repeated, "Surrender." Today, the television drama series, Choosing Heaven, began airing on Hunan television. The novel has also reached this point, and I feel a little emotional. When I was young, I would often hear people say, "Let's stop here, let's stop here." For some reason, I felt very sorrowful. When I was writing about the year of Qingyu, I wrote that song in Ishio. It was also very sorrowful. I wish everyone a happy life, and Shangxingzhou will last through the ages. To be continued. Chapter 125. The black-clothed girl shook her head, released Nank, and walked to Qin Changxing's side. There were quite a few divine domain experts in the group. Although they were all rather injured, they could still fight. In Nank's current state, she posed no threat. Nank's face paled even more. She weakly stood up from the ground and walked over. No one glanced at her, but some people were very curious about the black-clothed girl. As the chilly wind blew and the black rocks they passed were covered in a thin layer of frost, many people had already guessed at the black-clothed girl's identity. It turned out that she had not been on that warm island in the south. She had always been here. As expected, she was the Pope's protector. Qin Changsheng had long ago guessed that she was in the army. In the crucial moment of the second phase of the campaign, the North Third Camp of the Eastern Army had encountered a demon freak. Several thousand vultures carrying gunpowder flew at the camp, but in the end they inexplicably dropped to the ground, igniting countless waterfalls of Dao flames on the plains. Many people could not understand why this had happened, but it was the effect of her pressure as a high-class divine being. In the following battles, Gigi had rendered great service several times, especially a few days ago. Under the cover of all the demons in Shualao City, Gao Huan had led 1,000 Sunwolf cavalry down Nuerling and attacked the human grain caravans. In the end, he had been killed by the Tang Old Master, but many of the grain carts had also been set ablaze. Before dying, Gao Huan had seen the flames on those grain carts extinguish. He had been extremely confused, even unable to die in peace. This was also one of her methods. Water and sand would find it very difficult to extinguish a strange flame, but to a black frost dragon it was no problem at all. Qin Changxing asked, "You're not angry anymore?" Gigi very matter-of-factly said, "You're not willing to marry me, so of course I should be angry." Qin Changxing asked, "Then why did you help me?" Gigi replied, "If the humans lose, you will definitely die. When that happens, who will I marry?" This truly was a problem. Chun Chongqing could not give an answer. Su Yurong suddenly asked, "Do you know why you've never been able to reach adulthood?" Gigi was somewhat confused, thinking, "Why is that?" Su Yurong explained, "It's not because the array under New North Bridge has damaged your mind, but because you've always wanted to mate with other people, delaying your cultivation." Gigi was infuriated upon hearing this. She wanted to retort, but didn't know where to start. With a red face, she shouted, "Don't you want to?" The little Taoist raised his head from Su Yurong's bosom and thought curiously, "What are they arguing about?" Su Yurong stretched out her finger and shook it. Her meaning was very clear, but also a little unclear. The reason why they were still quarreling like children at this time was actually very simple. They were a little nervous. Everyone had already walked to the deepest part of the Devil Hall and could see the black devil flames. They could also sense the aura of the abyss behind the devil flames. The black, demonic flames were like the constantly changing color of the night. It was not tranquil and contained an inexhaustible amount of energy. It was extremely terrifying. A young man stood in front of the demonic flames. He was dressed in a long white robe, and his hair was disheveled. He looked like a poet who had lost his country, or a sorrowful singer. People were nervous not because they were afraid, but because history was about to happen right in front of their eyes. The demon lord turned around and used his fingers to carelessly tidy his hair. He said to Qin Chongsheng, "The only thing I don't understand is that the Prince of Xiang and Chao Yunping are in the capital at this time, and the White Emperor might even have gone, because his venerable self doesn't want me to die. How can you not care?" His gaze fell on the small carriage. Realizing that there was no smoke in the carriage, he said with mixed emotions, "Even if this student of yours has a one-track mind, how can you not care?" It suddenly began to rain in the capital. The droplets of rain pierced through the light from the torches and landed on the ivy outside the Orthodox Academy, clattering against each other. Prince Chen Lu gazed at Tianhai Xingxue, the smile on his lips gradually fading. In these 10 years, the emperor's attitude toward the Tianhai clan had been very ordinary, but he had treated Tianhai Xingxue rather well. The year before last, he had chosen Tianhai Xingxue for an important post in the Ministry of the Army. In the early spring, Tianhai Xingxue fell seriously ill, so he could not follow the army to the front lines. At the end of the summer, he had secretly gotten in touch with MOU and had the palace invite several bishops of the Li Palace. Only then did his illness gradually recover. He no longer cared about what sort of filth was hidden in this matter. But when he saw those familiar faces in the rebel army, he still felt a faint pain in his chest. Back then, your grandaunt said that all of you were a bunch of trash. Now it seems like she was right. Tianhai Xingxue looked at his cousins and jeered. "Not a single one of you has any guts." Tianhai Chenwu rode out of the crowd, his face dark as he asked, "Do you know what you're doing?" Tianhai Xingxue replied, "Father, do you know what you're doing? The people are fighting the demons, but you want to rebel. Do you have any shame?" His voice clearly spread through the autumn rain, and the rebel soldiers all had rather unnatural expressions. 100 Flowers Lane was quiet, the sound of rain falling on the ivy rather vexing. Prince Chen Lu wiped the rain from his face and looked down at Tianhai Xingxue from atop his horse, his expression indifferent. "I only know that I will be the future emperor. Just who are you?" After saying this, he raised his right hand, preparing to order the rebel cavalry to begin their charge. Just like many years ago in a similar autumn rain, Tianhai Xingxue had done the same thing. Tianhai Xingxue's face was rather pale. He knew that he alone could not stop so many rebel soldiers. Su Moyu, Qin Fuguwei, Chu Wenbin, and the other experts of the Orthodox Academy were all on the front lines, let alone Jishio and Tang 36. How many teachers and students would soon lie in pools of blood? Would the Orthodox Academy be reduced to ruins? Without any warning, Prince Chen Lu's right hand fell heavily, as if he was chopping down a tree, simple and forceful. At this moment, a mystical sight appeared. An extremely thick scholar tree suddenly snapped in half. A loud bang resounded. The severed scholar tree smashed into Prince Chen-Lu. With a wail, the warhorse was crushed to death. Prince Chen-Lu fell into the rain, his body covered in blood. The entire world fell silent. The crowd stared at that stalwart figure in the rain, so shocked that they couldn't speak. Just who was this stalwart figure that he could single-handedly grab a massive tree and use it as a weapon, that he could so easily strike down Prince Chen-Lu? Prince Chen-Lu was a true expert at the upper level of star condensation. Even if he was ambushed, how could he appear so powerless? And this wasn't even considering the fact that Tianhai Chenwu, with his unfathomable cultivation, was at Prince Chen-Lu's side. How could he not react? The autumn rain grew heavier and heavier, falling upon the leaves of the broken tree and then incessantly falling. Tianhai Chenwu coldly snorted, his right palm slashing at the man in the rain. Prince Chen-Lu had been ambushed and heavily injured in front of his eyes. Afterwards, he would find it very difficult to explain himself to the Prince of Xiang. Moreover, he was shocked by his opponent's methods, so he naturally attacked with all his strength, holding nothing back. The edge of his palm was suffused with crystalline starlight, just like a real metal weapon. It cut through the autumn rain and air with a shrill hiss. The stalwart man had no intention of retreating. He raised his right fist to meet the attack. Crack! A bolt of lightning appeared in the night sky, descending right in front of the Orthodox Academy. It transformed into bolts of lightning that coiled around his thick arm. The lightning guiding formula. The moment fist and palm met, the rain seemed to freeze in the air. Tianhai Chenwu was forced back several dozen zhang, only stopping after smashing through a restaurant, a trickle of blood trickling from the corner of his lips. The stalwart man was still standing at his original position, his expression unchanged. Only now did many people notice that he hadn't even put down the tree he was hugging. Just who was this stalwart man? Was he already half a step from the divine? Although his face was covered in a beard, his appearance was still very young. But how could this be? Prince Chen-Lu looked at the stalwart man's face and found it rather familiar, but he couldn't remember where. He asked, "Who are you?" The stalwart man replied, "I am the Orthodox Academy's Xian Yuan Pe." "And who are you?" Chapter 126. Xian Yuan Pe loosened his grip. With a muffled sound, the heavy broken tree fell to the ground, splashing a lot of rainwater. 100 Flowers Lane was silent. The rebel soldiers looked at the burly figure with shock in their eyes. A hint of a smile appeared in Tianhai Xingshua's eyes, as well as a tinge of sorrow. The students of the Orthodox Academy behind him, on the other hand, had looks of admiration and reverence. Xian Yuan Pe was very famous, but the main reason was that his deeds were very legendary. In the eyes of many, he was second only to Pope Qin Changsheng. More than 10 years ago, he was a genius of the Yao race that Star Taker Academy focused on training. Because his right arm was crippled by Tianhai error, he didn't care about the dissuasion and insisted on dropping out of school. He made a living washing dishes in the night market of the capital. But in the end, he was picked up by Chen Changsheng and Luo Luo and brought back to the Tradition Academy. He was even ahead of Tang 36 and became the beginning of the revival of the Tradition Academy. Several years later, during the coup of the Mausoleum of Books, Chen Changsheng and the Orthodox Academy were in a precarious situation. Xian Yuan Pe wanted to return to White Emperor City to ask for help, but in the end he came back empty-handed. He spent his days working in a tavern in the lower city district of White Emperor City. He was even misunderstood by the people of the world, who knew how many cold eyes and mockery he had suffered, but he had never thought of defending himself. At the grand ceremony of returning to Origin, when Madame Mu intended to marry Luo Luo off to the Demon Lord, he used the identity of Xian Yuan Pe of the Orthodox Academy to ascend the fighting platform. He began to fight from the most remote fighting platform in the lower city districts, and he won one match after another. In the end, he won 9 matches in a row, forcing his way to the final battle. Although he was defeated by the Demon Lord, he still shocked the 2 shores of the Red River and the entire continent. 10 years passed after that. The old and young of the Orthodox Academy had now become the illustrious great generals of the demi-human race. In terms of pure fighting prowess, he was the strongest. When the lightning guiding art that Chan Chongsheng had taught him and the fist style that Bianghong had taught him fused together, even Zhixiu found it impossible to directly block their edge. Everyone believed that Xian Yuanpai was outside Shuilao City, leading the demi-human reinforcements in a desperate battle against the demon army. Who could have imagined that he would appear in the Orthodox Academy? With just a little thought, one could guess that he had probably hidden himself in the demi-human North Pacifying Army and sneaked into the capital. Prince Chen Lu thought of a certain possibility, and his face turned even paler. He wanted to warn the rebel soldiers outside. A sword light illuminated the autumn rain as it slashed towards Prince Chen Lu. That sword light was a little strange. It was not the usual snow-white color, and it did not feel sharp. It was not cold either. Instead, it had a hint of summer heat. Prince Chen Lu's sleeves fluttered as he pulled out his flexible sword and barely managed to block the attack. His body flew backward and smashed into a stone wall before fainting. Xian Yuanpou's right arm had long since recovered. He held a thick and heavy metal sword in his hand. It was the Mountain Sea Sword. In the past, Prince Chen Lu had been a frequent visitor of the Orthodox Academy, so he naturally recognized him. He had intentionally asked who he was purely out of anger. "You actually want to destroy the Orthodox Academy. Anyone who dares to take a step into the Tradition Academy will be killed without mercy." Tianhai Chenwu walked out of the dilapidated restaurant, the front of his clothes stained with blood. He was originally prepared to save Prince Chen Lu, but when he saw the Mountain Sea Sword in Xian Yuanpou's hand, he changed his mind with great determination. He led the descendants of the Tianhai clan out of the alley. Just as he was about to exit 100 Flowers Lane, Tianhai Chenwu couldn't help but turn his head to glance at the gate of the Orthodox Academy. Under the illumination of the torch and the curtain-like autumn rain, Tianhai Xingshua's figure was somewhat indistinct. Tianhai Chenwu sighed in his heart. He had believed that his plans were flawless, that he was vicious and merciless, that he had pushed the 2 words thick and black to the extreme, that he did not care about the notoriety of being a fence-sitter. Thus, the Tianhai clan would assuredly continue to survive in these perilous times. If they encountered a certain opportunity, the Tianhai clan, under his command, might even welcome a second period of prosperity. But in the end, he had still suffered a crushing defeat. On the contrary, that cold and proud son of his had done nothing, only acted according to his heart, yet he had always stood on the side of the victor. Could it be that what his aunt had said to him back then had really been correct? That every scheme and calculation was wrong? But why was this? The battle between the North Pacifying Army and the rebel army began outside the Orthodox Academy. The heaven-shaking sounds of fighting continued for a very long time. This place was not far from the Imperial Palace, only separated by the Orthodox Academy, or perhaps the 100 Herb Garden. However, perhaps because the forest outside the palace was too dense, or because it was protected by an array, one could not hear too many sounds of fighting from within the Imperial Palace. One could only faintly hear a few shouts. Tonight, the Imperial Palace was extremely cold and cheerless. If one looked down from the dew platform, one would not see a single person. Only careful observation would reveal that in the pavilions, in the shrubs by the ponds, and in the remote corner rooms were many palace maids and eunuchs. Those palace maids and eunuchs were pale, their bodies trembling in extreme fear. But the reason they were hiding here and not escorting the emperor in the main hall was not because they were afraid, but because they had received an order from their superiors. There were many night pearls in the main hall of the Imperial Palace, although they could not compare to the dew platform, nor could they compare to the cave beneath New North Bridge. They were enough to illuminate the hall as if it were daytime. The veil rustled, and the light emitted by the night pearls danced like snowflakes. Alas, no one was in the mood to appreciate them. The ministers, led by Grand Tutor Bai Ying, stared at the figure at the door of the hall, their faces brimming with shock and anger. To rule the world with benevolence and righteousness, the imperial court is also a part of the world. My adopted sons understood my intentions and had those pitiful children hide so that they would not be harmed by tonight's weapons. This can also be considered an act of benevolence and righteousness. If Lady Mother understood this principle, why would she have been buried in the 100 Herb Garden and not buried with Emperor Xian? Eunuch Lin's gaze moved from Grand Tutor Bai Ying to the ministers and guards, ultimately resting on the highest point. Mou and the Prince of Luoyang stood there, protecting a person behind them, a smear of bright yellow faintly visible. There might be some problems outside the palace, but that's not important because this is the most important place in the Great Zhou. And I've lived in this imperial palace for far too many years, even longer than all of you combined. It is not too difficult to stop the imperial design. I hope that your majesty can understand. Who could have expected that Eunuch Lin, renowned throughout the continent for his loyalty to the sovereign and his noble and unsullied morals, would actually become a spy for the rebel army and help the Prince of Xiang break the imperial design? Grand Tutor Bai Ying trembled as he took 2 steps forward. Looking at Eunuch Lin, he said, "Old Lin, I have served with you for more than 200 years and am well aware of your character. Even now, you still remember those lowly eunuchs and palace maids. This means that those reputations are not false. Then why did you commit such a disgraceful act?" Eunuch Lin replied, "How can a man of character be burdened by his reputation?" He was a eunuch, but he had always considered himself a man of character. Moreover, no one in the world dared to question him, and even now it was very difficult for people to doubt him. Grand Tutor Bai Ying painfully asked, "Could it be that you want to erase your reputation as a loyal minister?" "Of course I'm a loyal minister, but I'm loyal to Emperor Xian." Eunuch Lin gazed at that figure at the highest point, separated by the crowd, and said, "Your Majesty, I also deeply respect you, and I even like you more and more. Alas, you are still that woman's son. The more I respect you, the less I respect myself. The more I like you, the less I like myself. So please forgive this old subject's offense today." These words were rather difficult to understand. Only Mou understood them, and because she was a woman, she let out a laugh of ridicule. Eunuch Lin paid no attention to her laughter and took a step forward. The guards were extremely nervous, the metal blades in their hands unsheathing. The Prince of Luoyang's face was pale and his forehead was covered in sweat. He constantly muttered, "What do we do? What do we do?" But he never lowered his arms, appearing abnormally resolute. Like an old hen protecting its chick, he shielded that person behind him. Mou was somewhat annoyed by his nagging, but when she saw his appearance out of the corner of her eye, her heart softened. She softly said, "In a little while, when it gets chaotic, take His Majesty and leave." The Prince of Luoyang froze, then turned to her and asked, "This is the place you spoke of that night?" Mou replied, "You're so stupid. I had you memorize it 20 times, and you still haven't memorized it?" The Prince of Luoyang suddenly began to cry, saying, "I've memorized it, but I don't want to leave you behind." The imperial design had been broken, and the Prince of Xiang and Chao Yunping, 2 experts of the divine domain, could appear at any moment. The emperor had to leave through the secret path before this happened. Mou had to stay behind to block Eunuch Lin and also draw the attention of others, so the final conclusion could naturally be imagined. Mou and the Prince of Luoyang did not speak very loudly. Other than themselves, only that person could hear them. But at this moment, an evaluation of their conversation suddenly came from outside the hall. Sincere and sincere, because it is true, sincere, without the slightest falsehood or pretentiousness. You are truly worthy of being the student personally taught by Imperial Mother. Lady Mo, I truly admire you. The Prince of Xiang walked into the hall. With a reminiscent expression, he said, Back then, when I thought about how you and Luer grew up together, I wrote a letter to Imperial Mother to grant you a marriage. Alas, Imperial Mother did not agree. Chao Yunping was in the back, his hands clasped behind his back as he looked around the hall. From time to time, he would say a few words of praise, just like an unemployed old official from the Ministry of Revenue picking out grains from a sweet potato field. The Prince of Xiang stopped reminiscing and said, Eunuch Lin is right. Even if we completely lose outside, what does it matter? It's fine as long as we win here. As long as I can sit on this throne, both Mount Li and the Li Palace will have to respect me. So what do I have to worry about? Mou said, Your Highness, sitting on this throne has never been such a simple matter. Have none of you seen how much weight I've gotten in these last 10 years? The Prince of Xiang's hands rested on his abdomen, pinching the fat protruding from his belt as he bitterly smiled. His smile gradually faded as he turned to the high ground behind the crowd and said, As the belt grows wider, there is no regret. Your Majesty, little brother, can you let me sit on this chair? In truth, I have never thought about sitting on this chair. A voice rang out in the quiet hall. That person's first 2 words were extremely jerky, like an infant that had just learned to speak. Following that person's pronunciation improved. It could not be said to be smooth, but at least it did not seem strange. It was just that it was particularly slow and would occasionally stop. The reason for this was because that person had not spoken for many years. To be continued. Chapter 127. Some readers have said that yesterday's chapter was to fit in with the plot of the television series, but of course not. My design and choices for the plot of the novel will not be influenced by any adaptation. How I write is completely based on how I want to write it. I will write whatever I think is cool. Everyone will understand if they keep reading. My writing is truly excellent. Mou, the Prince of Luoyang, Grand Tutor by Ying, the ministers and the guards all turned their heads in shock. The Prince of Xiang and Eunuch Lin's expressions suddenly changed, and even Chao Yunping revealed an expression of shock. No one noticed that a delicate and pretty eunuch on the second floor was also looking over. The Prince of Luoyang lowered his arm in a daze. That bright yellow finally appeared in front of everyone. The Emperor of the Great Zhou, Yuan. Your Majesty. Several shouts rang out. Yuan calmly gazed down at Eunuch Lin. Eunuch Lin suddenly felt a little hot, not in his body but in his face. Why? It was not your adopted son who had the eunuchs and maids hide. It was we who decreed it. Yuan's expression was gentle and calm, and his voice was getting more and more normal. Swords and spears have no eyes, and the affairs of the state have nothing to do with them. Why let them be injured, even killed? Eunuch Lin was quiet for a few moments, then said, Your Majesty is truly a benevolent sovereign. Yuan said, Teacher, and you both want me to be a benevolent sovereign, but if we were forced to abdicate by rebels and traitors using the lives of the common people, then we would not be a benevolent sovereign, but an incapable sovereign. His words became smoother and smoother, until they were no different from those of a normal person, though his voice was still a little hoarse. No one noticed what he was saying to Eunuch Lin, because they were all shocked by the fact that he was speaking. His Majesty was not mute and could speak? Then why had he never said anything before? Not even Eunuch Lin, who had served him for 10 some years, knew. It would have been fine if this was some sort of hidden trick, but it was just speaking. What use was there in making it a secret? Under the several dozen shocked gazes, Yuan knew what they were all thinking. He originally didn't want to answer, but after some thought, he still gave his answer. I don't know how to lie, so when I left the capital as a child, Master told me not to speak. Later on, I got used to not speaking. Living in Xining Village, there are times when I don't even need to gesture with my master or my junior brother. I can tell what they want with just a glance, and there's even less need to speak. Later, when I came to Jingdo and became the emperor, the thing I did the most every day was to read memorials. I just had to write with a pen, and I didn't need to speak. Even in court, I found that it's best to just listen and not speak, because it's less troublesome and quiet. Since I don't need to speak, why should I speak? If there was no need, there was naturally no need to do it. No one would run a dozen laps around the continent for no reason, passing through grasslands, snow-capped mountains, and the Four Seasons countless times, unless his wife quietly left one night. The Prince of Xiang said, "So your Majesty was pretending to be deaf and mute." Yuan replied, "Yes, I've seen all the records of Emperor Taizong, and I've also seen a few wise sovereigns of the previous dynasties. I realized that they were all very skilled at feigning ignorance." The Prince of Xiang fell into deep thought, then shook his head. "Your Majesty truly is extraordinary. Fortunately, you only concealed the fact that you can speak." Yuan wanted to say something, but he did not have the time. After all, today was his first time speaking, so his reaction was inevitably a little slow. "In the future, I will also learn to feign ignorance." The Prince of Xiang continued, "But please first write the edict of abdication. There is no need to speak for this matter, only to use a pen. Your Majesty should be very familiar with it." Yuan said nothing, only shook his head. The Prince of Xiang sighed and said, "Then I can only apologize." At this moment, the young eunuch standing behind the golden railing on the second floor suddenly walked out and took off his hat. She looked at the Prince of Xiang and asked, "Your Highness, are you sure that you insist on doing this?" Her black hair cascaded down like a waterfall, and her picturesque appearance was enchanting. Many of the old officials in the hall quickly recognized the girl's identity. "Your Highness! Your Highness!" Everyone thought in shock. Luo Luo had suddenly appeared in the great Zhou imperial palace. Did she represent the stance of the demi-human race? Then what was going on with the North Pacifying Army that was attacking the imperial palace with the rebel army? The Prince of Xiang froze for a moment, then he smiled and shook his head. Chao Yunping also smiled, his expression gentle as he said, "Your Highness, there is no need to make trouble." Chao Yunping also smiled, his expression gentle as he said, "Your Highness, there is no need to make trouble." Luo Luo arched her brows and said, "Before I entered the palace, I had already subdued the North Pacifying Army. Xianyuan Pa is currently in the Orthodox Academy precisely to stop you." Chao Yunping smiled and said, "If the venerable Taoist and Chen Chongqing lead their soldiers back to the south, you and Xianyuan will be lying in ambush, because the White Emperor will appear and defeat me and your Highness, becoming the benefactor that saved the great Zhou. If the venerable Taoist does not return, it means that he has abandoned his majesty. The White Emperor will not appear, and everything you do will be meaningless." Luo Luo understood what he meant, and her small face paled. Everything was under the White Emperor's control, or else how could she have so easily escaped White Emperor City, and how could Xianyuan have been able to hide in the North Pacifying Army for so long? The Prince of Xiang and Chao Yunping did not know of her and Xianyuan Po's existence, but she and Xianyuan Po were just chess pieces, actors. They moved according to the White Emperor's thoughts, constantly changing the roles they played. The White Emperor had still not appeared, which meant that he had decided to fulfill his agreement with the Prince of Xiang. This also meant that, just as Chao Yunping had said, everything Luo Luo and Xianyuan had done had lost its meaning. Luo Luo suddenly recalled that matter from 10 years ago. Mu Jiushi and the great western continent's prince had died at sea. Luo Luo had always believed that Shang Xingzhou had arranged this, but now it seemed that it had something to do with her royal father. Upon learning of the White Emperor's alliance with the Prince of Xiang, she had immediately notified Qin Chongqing, and then traveled 80,000 li to the capital to help. She had not rested for many days, and when she suddenly saw that uninteresting truth, All her exhaustion surged forth and her body began to sway. A hand fell on her shoulder, supporting her. This hand was steady and broad, and she could feel its warmth through her clothes. Luo came to her senses and moved to the side. She did not know why she did this. Her teacher had apparently ordered her to do something, but she had forgotten. It was just like what Mou, the Prince of Luoyang, Grand Tutor by Ing, the ministers and the guards did next. The crowd parted like a tide, and Yuren walked down. His speed was very slow because everyone in the world knew that he was lame in one leg. No matter how slow he walked, as long as he was willing to walk, he would eventually reach the other shore. Whether it was the little stream in Xining village, the river of wisdom, or the image of the sea and the river carved from golden bricks, Yuren walked up to the Prince of Xiang and stopped. This was the first time the Prince of Xiang had seen him at such a close distance. The blind eye, the missing earlobe, and the shoulder that was slightly tilted to the left gradually disappeared from his view. In the end, all that was left was that clean face. A hint of confusion appeared in the Prince of Xiang's eyes, then confusion, then shock, and finally amusement. He slapped a palm at Yuren's head. This palm was so soft that it seemed boneless, like an invisible flame of the sun, imbued with a terrifying qi. With a gasp of surprise, the guards finally came to their senses and fearlessly charged forward, wanting to use their bodies to block this palm for His Majesty. Suddenly, a powerful wave of qi, like a real tide, swept up the guards and sent them crashing into the steps. The golden railings shattered, dust rising into the air. According to a subsequent investigation, only a few people had seen the scene. The light was too strong. If one did not quickly close their eyes, they would definitely be blinded. Even people of extremely high cultivation like Mou and Luo could only see an extremely blurry scene. A bright screen of light appeared in the center of the hall. In comparison, the light emitted by the night pearls was like the ash of burning weeds. Two figures could be faintly seen in the screen of light. One of them was a little chubby, probably the Prince of Xiang, while the other was naturally Yuren. Two palms met in the air. The screen of light began from where their hands had met. There was a sun there. The dark clouds in the night sky were completely dispersed. The stars that had just been revealed were immediately obscured. Countless rays of light shot out from the imperial city into the sky. The capital seemed to return to daytime. The students viewing the monoliths in the mausoleum of books turned their heads in shock. The squirrels in the dark forest had awoken and were jumping about. In the Li Palace, the orthodoxy cavalry, ready for battle, pushed off their visors and looked up at the night sky. Everyone saw a sun. The Prince of Zhongshan was gathering his cavalry on the road of peace, preparing to charge into the imperial palace to rescue the emperor. When the night sky suddenly brightened and he raised his head, he found it impossible to look away. He squinted his eyes and stared for a very long time, all the way until the sun gradually disappeared. Ah, what a beautiful sun! The Prince of Zhongshan was deeply moved. He waved his hand to indicate that his subordinates should cancel the night raid on the imperial palace. He dismounted from his horse and took a bath. He then had the kitchen make a bowl of zhajiangmian, added half a spoonful of wild garlic, and began to eat with relish. At this sight, the beautiful concubine couldn't help but have the same thought as the strategist who had died during the day. Was this noodle really that delicious? Of course. She was much smarter than that strategist, and the moment she spoke, she asked, "We're not going to save His Majesty?" As the Prince of Zhongshan ate the noodle, he mumbled a few words. The concubine could tell that the prince's first words were, "His Majesty doesn't need us to save him," that we're all idiots. Then she seriously thought it over and confirmed that the second words were, "Tomorrow will be a bright sunny day." Many years ago, it really was many years ago. Imperial Father's eyes were still fine, you know. Oh, you don't know, but that place used to be a study. It was there that I first heard the mantra for this technique. At the time, I felt that this technique was very formidable. The sun was so hot, so bright, so how could it be placed in my body? The Prince of Xiang replied, Imperial Father said that I was wrong, that the sun would only become a true sun when it left our bodies. I thought to myself, that's also very formidable. In order to see that sun, I incessantly cultivated, but even when I became the person with the highest cultivation in the imperial clan, I still did not see it. Even after I crossed that threshold 10 years ago, I still did not see that sun. So in the last few years, I often thought, could it be that Imperial Father was just playing with me? Yuren replied, it wasn't. The Prince of Xiang quietly gazed at him for a while, then said, yes, only today did I know that it was true, that Imperial Father did not deceive me. Yuren was also quiet for a while, then said, I also only found out today. The Prince of Xiang asked, such a powerful, blazing sun style. Not even Emperor Taizong could compare, right? Yuren replied, I do not know. The Prince of Xiang sighed. His Majesty's body is crippled, but his spirit is intact. He is truly the light of the Taoist faith, the light of the Qin clan. This was the sincerest praise, but he was still somewhat confused. Why did His Majesty conceal his cultivation? The Prince of Xiang somewhat bitterly said, if we had known this earlier, would we have thought of rebelling? Yuren apologetically said, no one asked, and besides, I never had the chance to use it. The Prince of Xiang froze for a moment, and then he couldn't help but laugh. It was the same reasoning as before. Yuren could speak, but he would not speak. He could make another sun appear in the capital's night sky, but he would not do it, because he did not want to, and there was no need for it. This was following one's heart. His Majesty is truly the son of Imperial Father and Imperial Mother. The Prince of Xiang was finally relieved, though he couldn't help but feel a little regret. Why am I not Imperial Mother's son? After saying this, countless rays of light scattered from his body, shattering into the finest crystalline granules that were then blown away by the wind. To be continued. Chapter 128. Just like that, the Prince of Xiang died. Meanwhile, Chao Yunping had long since fled the imperial palace to the banks of the Luo River 10 li away. Even at such a distance, the people in the palace could still hear his trembling voice and the words he kept repeating. Your Majesty, please spare my life. Eunuch Lin's face was pale. Tonight was the only blemish on his life. However, he was still Eunuch Lin. He knew how to write the word integrity. He could not be as shameless as Chao Yunping, kneeling and begging for mercy. With a flip of his palm, he slapped it towards the top of his head. At the same time, he reversed the flow of his true essence and prepared to end his own life. But when his palm landed on the top of his head, it was unable to move down. The true essence in his meridians also seemed to have congealed, unable to rush into his ethereal palace. Let's go. Don't enter the palace again. This place is not a good place. Yuren said to him. Eunuch Lin was stunned. Because of the late emperor, he spent most of his life in the palace, even though he was later exiled by the Tianhai divine empress to his home. He still thought of his days in the palace every day. No one had ever told him not to come back, no matter if it was because of morality, unwillingness, or something else. Moreover, no one had told him that this was a bad place. Eunuch Lin left the imperial palace, somewhat desolate, even dazed. No one cared about his departure. All eyes were on Yuren. No one had expected His Majesty's realm to be so unfathomable. The sun disappeared, and the night clouds were swept back into the sky above Jingdo by the autumn wind, once again covering up the many stars. Yuren looked at a certain place in the clouds. After confirming that the White Emperor had left, he turned his gaze to the north, a worried expression on his face. Shualao City, Demon Palace. Chen Changsheng directly answered the demon lord's question. Master and I are not worried about the capital because Senior is there. The demon lord jeered. You think you can fool me like this? When you left Xining village, you had not even begun cultivating, and I believe that he had not either. After that, the number of times you met him was limited, and I am sure that he had never fought in front of you. Chun Chongsheng said, "Yes, until now, no one has seen Senior fight." The demon lord asked, "Then how can you judge his abilities?" "Don't tell me that it's because he's my senior." Chun Chongsheng said, "I only figured it out afterwards." The demon lord asked, "Understand what?" Chun Chongsheng said, "On the night of the Divine Queen's accident, why did Senior come out from the bushes?" The demon lord's expression chilled. "What do you mean?" Chun Chongsheng said, "He followed Master to the Mausoleum of Books during the day. This also means that he only used one day to view all the heavenly tome monoliths." The demon lord's pupils constricted. Absurd! Can't he use other methods? He had never been to the Mausoleum of Books, but he knew the rules of the mausoleum. In the Mausoleum of Books, only by comprehending one heavenly tome monolith could one proceed to the next one, until they reached higher and higher, finally reaching the summit. No one could break this rule, not even Zhou Dufu before he finished viewing all the monoliths. Based on what Qin Chongxing had said, Yu Ren had viewed all the heavenly tome monoliths in a single day. And when he thought about how Yu Ren had heard Chun Chongxing's voice and was in a hurry to save him, he might not even have looked carefully before casually passing through those heavenly tome monoliths. This was very likely the truth, but the demon lord could not accept it. No one had ever done such a thing. It was rumored that Zhou Dufu had once done it, but the Li Palace had never confirmed it. Chun Chongxing's act of viewing all the monoliths of the front mausoleum in a single day had shocked the entire continent. If Yu Ren had used only one day to view all the heavenly tome monoliths, what did it mean? It meant unimaginable talent and power. If all this was true, then the rebellion of the Prince of Xiang and Chao Yunping was just a farce to Yu Ren. The demon lord could even imagine that not even the White Emperor would dare to lightly act. The bloodlines of the Tianhai Divine Empress and the Chun clan truly were terrifying. The demon lord even felt that the rumor of defying the heavens and changing fate was false. The heavens might be jealous of Yu Ren for enduring so much pain at birth. It seems like we really can only admit defeat. Yes, the black demon flames were like a swamp sucking in all the light. The chi of the abyss assaulted them, making everyone feel somewhat uncomfortable. The demon hall was very cold and cheerless. There were no slaves, no concubines. There were only several officials wearing small white hats and tensome elders wearing red capes standing around the demon lord. The demon lord pointed at those white-hatted officials and said, "They are all historians. The final history of my race should be completely recorded." He then pointed at those elders wearing small red capes and said, "These are all the wisest scholars of my race. I presume that you and that emperor have enough brains to determine that the fruits of my race's civilization should be adequately protected and preserved. Even if we exterminate our race, we should not exterminate everything." These words finally made Wang Pei and Xiaozhang feel a little different about the demon lord. The demeanor of a sovereign could be understood as forceful endurance, but this sort of mental calmness and ease had always been the pursuit of experts. Chun Chongxing replied, "Back in White Emperor City, I said that there would be no extermination of the race. 10 years ago, in that large courtyard covered in yellow sand near the Xiang clan's estate, he and the young demon lord had discussed many topics. These topics included the starry sky, thousands of generations, and naturally, the future of the human race and the demon race. Even more secretive was that only Su Yorong, Tang 36, and the little black dragon knew that in these last 10 years, Chen Chongsheng and the demon lord had maintained a constant correspondence. Their correspondence was not very frequent, only 2 or 3 letters a year, but it had never stopped. This was also something that had been agreed upon in White Emperor City. At the start, they wanted to imitate Grand Scholar Tungus and that generation's Pope, but in the end they helplessly realized that the content of their correspondence had become negotiations. If the human race won, just what conditions would the demon race be willing to surrender? There was no answer. Even now there was still no answer. The servants will become your slaves, living out their bitter lives in gloomy and damp minds. The divine race will be forced to intermarry with you, their bloodline gradually diluted until they can no longer exist as an independent race. In my view, this is no different from extermination. I cannot accept it, the demon lord added, and the divine race has always been the masters of this world and the entire world. How could they surrender to you mortals? Chen Changsheng seriously said, but you lost. Chapter 129. The demon lord was quiet for a while, then said, Yes, but do you know why we lost? This truly was a difficult question to answer, especially since the demons had retreated so quickly. Chen Changxing replied, I thought about it for a very long time. In the end, when I saw the tribal warriors outside Xiulao City, I remembered the matter you mentioned in your letter. In the last 1,000 years, the demon race had been surpassed in every aspect by the human race. The primary problem was that their fertility rate was too low. It took a long time for low-grade devils to evolve into high-grade devils, and high-grade devils had low fertility. As time went by, the number of devils with vast territories became fewer and fewer, until they were almost unable to gather enough soldiers. Those tribal warriors were too unintelligent and couldn't fight against human armies head-on. The demon lord pointed at him and said, Yes, you should remember the reason I told you. Chun Changsheng recalled the history the demon lord had told him in a letter. The demon lord had said that this was the truest record of this world that he had only learned after ascending to the throne. The demon lord had also said that, including himself and the grand scholar, only 5 people knew of this. After that letter, Chun Changsheng became the 6th. Chun Changsheng did not understand why the demon lord had told him this, so he naturally could not confirm its truth. Based on what the demon lord said, countless years ago, the 5 continents of this world were not as isolated as they were now, and could be easily connected. The race that ruled this world was the divine race, the current demon race of the central continent. As time passed, the structure of the world gradually became unstable, and many changes occurred. The divine kingdom and the netherworld gradually left the main continent, ultimately vanishing into the endless turbulence of time, leaving behind only a few extremely dangerous entrances to the passages. The abyss behind the demon lord was one of them. The disappearance of the divine kingdom and the abyss brought about many terrifying changes. The vitality of the main continent gradually flowed away, becoming more and more desolate. The divine race and the other intelligent beings that ruled the world were forced to migrate, and the main continent ultimately became a wasteland, known as the Forsaken Land. The divine race went to the Sacred Light continent and continued their civilization, but they discovered that the spark of the divine kingdom civilization had been lost on another continent. Those sparks of civilization were the heavenly tome monoliths, and that continent was the central continent. The divine race sent an expeditionary army through the barely passable netherworld path from the Sacred Light continent to the central continent in order to retrieve these sparks of civilization. No one would have thought that after such a long period of time, the native races of Middle-earth would awaken through the spark of civilization and start fighting against the Protoss Expeditionary Army. The native races were humans and demons. That expeditionary force was naturally the current demon race. It turns out that this war has yet to truly end. The people who heard this story were deeply moved. The wrinkles on the Tang Old Master's face deepened while Divine General He-Ming pondered the meaning of war. Our current war has nothing to do with that ancient war. The demon lord shook his head. Just as the war between the two sides was at its most intense, the netherworld continued to move away, and the continents were completely cut off. Neither the abyss behind me nor the mountain in the cloud grave could return to the Sacred Light continent. So the commander of the expeditionary army made an extremely difficult decision. That commander was my ancestor, the first demon lord. The demon lord gave an additional explanation, then continued. He ended that war, reached a temporary settlement with the humans and demi-humans, and burned everything related to the sacred light continent. He then began to build his own city on this continent, his homeland. Su Yurong held the young Taoist boy. The demon lord had not spoken since appearing, but now she suddenly said, "A wise and timely decision." The demon lord faintly smiled at her. "Correct. Just like that, my race lived on the central continent. Later on, the first demon lords and those grand scholars continued the methods of my ancestor. Using harsh laws, they ultimately succeeded in erasing all memories related to the sacred light continent, turning this place into our homeland. The Tang Old Master sighed, "Time has a mighty power." The demon lord continued, "Alas, in the end, a serious problem still appeared. Those demon lords and grand scholars discovered that in an environment lacking sacred light, our race's fertility plummeted. By the time of Grand Scholar Tungus, he had already determined that this was an irreversible degeneration." The topic returned to the original point of discussion. Why had the demons lost this war? The demon lord had once vaguely mentioned this matter in his letters, but Qin Changsheng did not understand why he had mentioned it, much less the other aspect. Divine General He Ming, Xiaozhang, and the others also did not understand. A decline in fertility and even degeneration was assuredly the threat of extinction. In this situation, the demons naturally had to think of a way to reopen the path and return to the sacred light continent. Why had the first demon lord and grand scholar, Tungus, never thought of this? Qin Changsheng asked, "Just what is it about the sacred light continent that makes you so afraid? You'd rather watch as the devil race declines than go back?" "God." The demon lord stared into Qin Changsheng's eyes and said, "If the path between this place and the sacred light continent is reopened, we will all become God's servants." At the start, the crowd realized that Qin Changsheng and the demon lord seemed to be very familiar with each other. They were very shocked, and the Tang Old Master's eyes turned rather deep and serene. No one believed that Qin Changsheng would collude with the demons, but they still found it very strange, very bizarre. But they were quickly drawn to the contents of the conversation between Qin Changsheng and the demon lord. The shocking ancient legend, the truth hidden behind the black curtain, was that the demons were actually an expeditionary army from the sacred light continent. But what was God? The existence of a single and definite objective that only those ignorant women and children would believe in. There was no God in the central continent. The orthodoxy believed in the great Tao, not a true, objective existence. The God that people spoke of was just a figment of legends or a projection of pure spirit. The divine kingdom was above the sea of stars, the home of all people's souls. It was just a symbol. And did God really exist in the sacred light continent? The crowd fell silent for a very long time after hearing the demon lord's words. Not even Xiao Zhang spoke. Isn't there no divine kingdom? No one had expected that the young Taoist boy would be the one to break the silence. He lay in Su Yorong's bosom, hugging her neck and opening his bright eyes to curiously look at the demon lord. At some point, he had shaken off his fear and sorrow and was able to hear the complete story. The demon lord did not answer this question because he also did not have an answer. The descriptions and indescribable descriptions of God were all words that he could only see after he ascended to the throne. From his silence, one could see what sort of impact those words had once had on his mental world. Xiao Zhang finally could not help but ask, "Is God really that powerful?" 10 years ago, those 2 battle angels that descended on White Emperor City were only God's servants. After a pause, the demon lord said, "We also once were." The "we" in this sentence referred to the imperial clan of Shualao City. Xiao Zhang froze, then said, rather wretched, "The humans and demi-humans that obtained the Mausoleum of Books and the Fire Seed were called Stealers of Fire by the Sacred Light Continent. The first demon lord was called the Fallen Angel. Back on the Sacred Light Continent, he had been an angel, the leader of the angel army. The so-called fallen angel was because he had been seduced by the devil and was unwilling to return to the embrace of God. The name of that devil was freedom. No one was willing to be a servant, not even a servant of God. That was why the first demon lord had decided to stay here. Thus, neither the first demon lord nor Grand Scholar Tunguz had been willing to return to the sacred light continent. I can understand that feeling, Qin Chongxing said. After escaping the shadow of death, I felt like the entire world had become lighter. The demon lord replied, compared to death, that is an even more intrinsic freedom. Qin Chongxing replied, compared to the answer, why this question was asked is even more important. This story of the past had arisen from the demon lord's question. Why had the demons lost to the humans? Why had the demon lord asked this question? I still haven't finished. There is another important reason for our race's defeat. The military advisor hoped for our defeat. The demon lord's face paled, but his lips grew even redder as if they had just been smeared with rouge. All the arrangements in this war were personally arranged by him, and then he wanted us to lose, so how could we not lose? Several gasps of shock rose from the demon palace. Black Robe was the demon military advisor and wielded great authority. Most importantly, he had single-handedly arranged all the strategies and tactics of the demons. If what the demon lord said was true and Black Robe wanted the demons to lose, there truly was no reason for the demons not to lose. But why would Black Robe do this? No one believed in a sudden and tragic repentance. There had to be some reason behind this. To be continued. Chapter 130. Borrowing the influence of the defeat on the battlefield, he used a lot of resources to build an altar in the city. The demon lord continued, and then he convinced many elders and an elder of mine to agree to sacrifice the souls of the demon warriors that had died on the battlefield to the starry sky. Upon hearing the word sacrifice to the starry sky, Qin Chongsheng had a very bad premonition. He asked, sacrifice to whom and what request? The demon lord mocked. It's naturally to offer sacrifices to the sacred light continent on the other side of the starry sky. Those elders hope that the sacred light continent can come to our aid, and some cowardly nobles even hope that they can be sent back to the sacred light continent. This way, they naturally won't have to face the danger and pain of their race being exterminated. Qin Chongsheng said, hasn't the demon race been erased? How did they know? In the past 6 months, the flames of war have been incessant, and the situation is chaotic. Many rules have lost their effectiveness, and many secrets have naturally been leaked. The demon lord turned to a certain grand scholar. One of the grand scholars suddenly paled, and then he began to vomit blood. The blood wasn't red, golden, or green. It was black. The great scholar was obviously poisoned. He said painfully, even if I don't say it, the counselor knows everything. The demon lord calmly replied, but you still said it. The scholar fell to the ground, twitched twice, and stopped breathing. The demon lord turned to the crowd, primarily Su Yorong, and said apologetically, my apologies. Qin Chongxing didn't notice. He was thinking about what he just said. The upper echelons of the demon race had pinned their hopes on that altar, so it was naturally difficult for them to do their best on the battlefield, regardless of whether it was subjective or otherwise. In this way, the situation of the demon race will be even worse. And the worse it is, the more they will place their hopes on the altar. That sacrificial altar was just like the swamp outside Xiulao City. Anyone who landed on it would find it very difficult to stand up, no matter how much they struggled. The demon lord should have seen this very clearly. So why did he not stop Black Robe? Why wasn't the altar destroyed? The demon lord looked at Qin Chongxing and said, I presume that you have already guessed. Correct. I also wish to hold on to this final hope. Qin Chongxing asked, even if it goes against the will of the substitute demon king? The demon lord sighed. I also didn't want to, but I was forced too hard by you lot. Qin Chongxing said, You already did it 10 years ago. This was referring to the two angels that had appeared in White Emperor City. There will be a huge difference. The demon lord looked at him and seriously said, because the numbers are different. After saying this, he opened his arms. His black cloak fluttered despite the lack of wind. The demonic flames that seemed to have solidified the darkness of the night also began to sway, and some things were faintly discernible. Those were stone statues. Some were tall, some were short, but they were all less than a foot in height. They were neither gold nor jade. It was unknown what material they were made of. Some of the stone statues were half squatting, and some were flapping their wings as if they were about to take flight. The fine details were clearly visible, as if they were alive. They had already surpassed the scope of carving. Qin Chongsheng's expression became very serious. The stone statue did not give off any aura, but it gave off an extremely strange feeling, as if it could come to life at any time. Wang Pe and the others felt a strong sense of vigilance in their hearts. Just like Qin Chongsheng, they were called the two angels in White Emperor City, recalled Byonghong. If every stone statue was an angel, how many of them were there in the forest? The demonic flames danced unceasingly. The night was restless and deathly silent. Many questions had been answered. Black Robe's hatred for the human race was truly as deep as the Western Sea. In order to exterminate the human race, he would stop at nothing. In the last several hundred years, he had hoped to rely on the demon race to exterminate the human race. But when he realized that the situation had changed and this mission became impossible, he had immediately chosen another path. He had mercilessly pushed the demon race on the path of defeat, using the shortest amount of time to force the demon race into desperate straits, forcing the demon race to follow his own pace. He had mobilized countless resources to construct a sacrificial altar and prepare to welcome the descent of the angel army from the sacred light continent. Just what is the meaning of your story tonight? Qin Chongsheng asked the demon lord. The demon lord's smile faded. He looked into his eyes and calmly and firmly said, "Withdraw from Shuelao City, or else I will agree to Black Robe's request." "This is a good story," Wang Pe said. The Tang Old Master agreed. "It truly is a good story." This story, or to be more precise, the way the story was told, made them feel that the demon lord was very extraordinary. If not for the fact that the demon lord had been given too little time and that the general trend had been set, perhaps the demon race really might have welcomed a revival. At the start, if the demon lord had not invited those historians and scholars, used words like extermination and civilization to create a solemn and stirring atmosphere, and instead directly told the story, no one would have believed him. They would only think that he was using an absurd reason to stall for time. But the demon lord did not do this. From the sacred light continent to God and then to Black Robe, he slowly narrated the story, moving one's heartstrings. He had perfectly told this story, historical and weighty, forcing one to believe it. But I have a question. What does Black Robe need you to do? Wang Pe said, "If you have no meaning to this story, then no matter how well you tell it, it would be meaningless. What he needs is not me, but this." The demon lord extended his right hand out of his sleeve. He did not have a stone statue in his hand, but a stone pestle. The stone pestle looked ordinary, but it was not. Even the stone pearls on Qin Chongsheng's wrist responded and lightly bumped against each other. The stone pestle and the heavenly tome monoliths came from the same place and were made of the same material, but they had completely different uses. Astral annihilation. The secret of the demon race, a supreme divine artifact that had not appeared in the world for tens of thousands of years. In the snowy mountains, the old demon lord had died to the starlight summoned by this pestle. Qin Chongsheng had personally seen the astral executioner. Afterward, the Li Palace priests had drawn the astral executioner into a painting based on his description and sent it to the various provinces. People like the Tang Old Master and Wang Pe were naturally among the first to see the painting. With just a glance, they were sure that this was the real astral executioner. Thus, The story told by the Demon Lord had more truth to it. If the Demon Lord and Black Robe worked together, using the sacrificial altar and the astral executioner to open up a spatial path, allowing the angels of the sacred light continent to descend. As the demon flames danced, the stone statues became faintly discernible. Looking at this scene, everyone's expression became extremely solemn. Even if these angels were not as powerful as the two battle angels that had appeared in White Emperor City. But based on later analysis, those angels could naturally comprehend the natural laws of the world. In other words, from the moment they existed, they were experts of the divine domain. Of course, the human race was not completely unprepared for this most perilous situation. In the last 10 years, the Great Zhou Imperial Court, the Li Palace, and the various sects and clans had often simulated the Battle of White Emperor City, searching for a way to kill the angels of sacred light, and they had made some progress. However, this had been built on the premise that the angels were very few in number. At present, the human race's experts of the divine domain were either heavily injured or in rebellion. If there were so many angels, how could they win? Even more terrifying was that if the god of the sacred light continent personally descended, what would happen? Would the human race be destroyed? The mood was extremely oppressive, but there were still people who did not believe the Demon Lord story. Isn't this a club made of stone? Do you really think we're clubs? Tian Chue died 10 some years ago. Xiao Zhang said, "We prepared for so many years, fought for so long, lost so many people, and you want us to retreat with just a story?" These words moved Divine General He Ming and a few others. What if it was true? The Demon Lord was trying to scare them. The wrinkles at the corners of the Tang Old Master's eyes deepened, faintly tinged with worry. He felt that the Demon Lord's words were true. Wangpa and Su Yurong also thought the same. Chen Chongqing had once seen with his own eyes that pillar of light traversing through the sea of stars, so he should have believed this story the most. But he vaguely remembered that the astral executioner could no longer be used, and then he recalled the conversation he had heard that night. He turned to the Demon Lord and asked, "The sacrificial altar is used to break through walls? The astral executioner is used to point out the location?" The Demon Lord replied, "I didn't think that you would remember my conversation with Father." Chun Chongqing said, 10 years ago, 2 angels descended. You could treat them as slaves, but Black Robe's current plan is clearly not limited to this. If too many angels descend, what will you do? So you've always been hesitating, struggling. Even now, you still haven't made up your mind on what to do. The Demon Lord smiled. "Yes, so I leave this choice for you to make." Chen Chongqing fell silent. Now that he thought about it, many of the contents of those 10 years of correspondence had been the Demon Lord's methods. This was a process of imperceptible influence. He was already finding it very difficult to convince himself that the threat of the sacred light continent did not exist. This so-called choice was more like a gamble. The wager was the entire human race. In terms of gambling, Su Yurong and the Tang Old Master were far better than him, but they had never seen those letters. The contents of those letters were the cards that the Demon Lord had already played. Only through those cards could one attempt to determine what the Demon Lord's trump card was. Suddenly, a voice came from the back of the crowd. This voice was sickly and weak to the extreme, yet it also seemed extremely smug. Anyone who heard it would easily find it annoying. What he wrote in the letters was true, and the majority of the story was also true, but what he said was false. The Demon Lord turned to the back of the crowd and arched his brows. "Why?" "Because there's a will to die on your face, and there's also a tinge of emotional pain, but you're not in high spirits. Back then, I used 2 hours to reverse the situation in Wenxue, and after leaving the ancestral hall, I took a bath on the street. Even if you don't have my romantic bearing and can't do such an elegant thing, you should still be a little more arrogant after completing this reversal. Such composure can only mean that you're lying." Yi Xiaolian pushed a wheelchair out from the back of the crowd. Tang, 36, sat on it. To be continued. Chapter 131. Tang 36's tone of voice had always been one of the most hateful existences in the world. Even when he was not cursing, no one liked it. But Chen Changsheng liked Tang 36 because Tang 36 was his best friend. More importantly, when he needed help the most, Tang 36 would always appear. Moreover, Tang 36 knew Chen Changsheng's true thoughts better than him. Whenever Chen Changsheng didn't know what to choose, listening to Tang 36 was always the right choice. Tang 36's words were naturally illogical, but for some reason, they had an inexplicable persuasiveness. Why did you come? Chen Changsheng was very worried about Tang 36's body, based on Tang 36's complexion. His strange fever had probably subsided, but his body was probably extremely weak, or else he would not be sitting in a wheelchair. Tang 36 replied, "How could such an important moment in history be missing from my presence?" The Tang old master coldly stared at him, preparing to reprimand him. "Don't force me to expose my own dirty linen." After saying this, Tang 36 began to cough. Yi Xiaolian hurriedly patted his back. Tang 36 waved his hand and took a pure white handkerchief from his sleeve to cover his mouth. His brow slightly creased as if in pain. Neither the Tang old master nor Chen Changsheng could tell if the sentimental scholar's actions were real or fake, so it was naturally not good to pursue the matter. Su Yurong glanced at Yi Xiaolian. Yi Xiaolian somewhat shamefully lowered her head. She knew that these two had not gone to Mount Han and had turned back midway. Tang 36 ignored this and said to the Demon Lord, "I forgot to introduce myself." The Demon Lord replied, "I recognize you." Tang 36 replied, "That's right, back in White Emperor City. You were truly rude to me. You didn't expect that 10 years later I would be exposed, did you?" The Demon Lord calmly replied, "You truly are the best in the world at talking to yourself." Tang 36 replied, "It seems that you truly do not know who I am." The Demon Lord mocked, "Do you think that you can become Su Li like this?" Tang 36 sternly replied, "Please allow me to introduce myself. I am Sir's pen friend." The Demon Lord froze. "Pen friend?" Tang 36 replied, "Yes, Your Majesty. I have read all your letters, and the first 4 letters sent to Sir were all written by me." The Demon Lord turned to Chen Changsheng and very seriously said, "This is a little excessive." Chen Changsheng explained seriously, "I'm not good at dealing with people, and we weren't familiar with each other at the beginning, so I was afraid that it would be too awkward." The Demon Lord recalled the contents of those letters and sighed. "I had thought that you had taken me as a close friend from the very beginning. Your Majesty, I still regard you as my confidant, and I'm still willing to be your best friend." Tang 36 said to the Demon Lord, "So, dear friend, give me that thing in your hand." The Demon Lord calmly gazed at him and suddenly asked, "Just where does your confidence come from?" Tang 36 said, "I don't know, but my grandfather doesn't want to play cards with me." The Demon Lord said, "Not even the Tang old master is willing to play, so I presume that your mahjong skills are rather impressive." "My playing skills are actually very ordinary, far worse than Grandpa's and the Saintess's. However, I have a trick that can win the whole world." Tang 36 said seriously, "I'm best at flipping the table. If I can't flip the table, then I'll bet my entire fortune. The Tang clan is the wealthiest clan of the human race. If you bet your entire fortune with someone else, you'll naturally win every time." The Demon Lord mocked, "But if you want to bet your entire fortune with me, you probably don't have as many chips as I do." These words were true. No matter how rich the Tang clan was or how deep its resources, how could it compare to the master of the demon domain? Tang 36 seriously said, "That's not necessarily true." A voice suddenly rang out, "I'll follow." The speaker was Su Yorong, her expression very calm. Wang also brought scholarly manner. More and more people followed. Chun Changsheng and the Tang Old Master said nothing. Everyone knew what they would do. Tang 36 sat in his wheelchair, staring into the demon lord's eyes, his expression unprecedentedly serious. This gambling game was not wagering on the Tang clan or the Li Palace, but on the entire human race. The demon lord fell quiet for a very long time, then suddenly asked, "Do the conditions in the letters still hold?" Qin Changsheng replied, "Of course." Tang 36 said, "I'll give you the greatest discount, as in the 11th letter." Okay. The demon lord threw the stone pestle at Tang 36. Tang 36 caught the stone pestle with his right hand, glanced at it, and then threw it back to the Tang Old Master. Such an important divine artifact, something that could change the fate of the world, was like a worthless toy in their hands. No one, including Qin Changsheng, was surprised by Tang 36's performance. He had never taken anything more precious seriously. Many years ago, in White Emperor City, he had also casually thrown the Orthodoxy's divine staff to Qin Changsheng. Only Yi Xiaolian, pushing the wheelchair, knew that this was not the case. She could clearly see that when Tang 36 caught the stone pestle, the clothes on his back were instantly drenched in sweat. It was clear that he was extremely nervous. The demon lord looked at Tang 36 and asked, "Are you really not afraid?" Tang 36 confidently replied, "I'm not an idiot, so how could I not be afraid?" The demon lord was confused. "Then why do you appear so calm? I can't see any flaws." "Perhaps it's because I grew up rather wealthy." Tang 36 added, "whether it's material or mental." In their final conversation that night, Shang Xingzhou had mentioned that Black Robe might still have other tricks up her sleeve. But Qin Changsheng did not need to care too much. It now appeared that this was Black Robe's final move, but he had not expected the demon lord's opposition to be so intense. Regardless of whether the astral executioner could still be used, it was now in the Tang Old Master's hands. Even if Black Robe appeared, he would not be able to snatch it away. But the sacrificial altar was still there, which meant that the threat had not been completely eliminated. "Where is the sacrificial altar?" Qin Changsheng asked. The demon lord lightly waved his sleeve. Demon flames began to flow, gradually revealing the scene hidden within. Xuelao City was faintly discernible. The color of the demon flames in a certain place was even deeper, seeming like an unreal night, with no trace of light remaining. The sacrificial altar was there. Wang silently committed this position to memory, then turned and left the demon palace. What about the demon commander and the second demon general? And where is Black Robe? Qin Changsheng looked at the demon lord and said, "Since we've already reached an agreement, why not let both sides shed less blood?" The demon lord's lips twitched, a self-deprecating smile on his face. "Have you still not seen that I'm all alone?" All alone was how the human emperor referred to himself, but it was not suitable for the demon lord. Just like those black monoliths on the slope, whether in size or shape, none of them were suitable to be used as gravestones. The several thousand black monoliths represented the several thousand high-level demons that had died on the battlefield. The closer one was to the summit, the more noble the status of the demon buried. Of course, other than that unlucky successor to the massive Gruel clan, the nobles of Xuelao City rarely died on the battlefield. The graveyard was filled with cries. These were noble ladies weeping over their dead sons and their lovers who had been chopped into pieces. There were also many nobles with faces covered in dust, their expressions lifeless as they stared at the night sky. They knew that the military advisor had made this graveyard into a sacrificial altar, sending news back to the sacred light continent. So why had no pillar of light descended to take them away? The human army had already killed its way into Xuelao City, so why were they still standing here? Shouts and the stampeding of hooves could be heard in the darkness, probably the human cavalry clearing out the resistance in the city. The nobles were very numb, not even showing any fear. It was like they had not heard those voices at all. Wang Pa stood at the summit, silently gazing at those weeping women and those nobles that were like walking corpses. His gaze moved across the graveyard, sensing the energy contained in those black monoliths. He confirmed that the demon lord had not lied and that this place was probably the sacrificial altar. But he still felt that there were some problems. This sacrificial altar was probably not strong enough to forcefully break through space, much less connect two distant continents together. Or was it just as the demon lord had said, that this sacrificial altar needed to be used in conjunction with the astral executioner to be fully effective? While Wang Pa was thinking about these questions, in a remote corner on the eastern side of the slope, a stooped grave digger dressed in shabby clothes was just about to leave. The grave digger had just dug out a new grave and placed a very ordinary high-level demon corpse in it. The grave digger in the graveyard and the corpse in the grave were all very normal. But when one thought about how Shualao City had just been breached, they all seemed extremely abnormal. A calm gaze fell on the grave digger, watching as he slowly walked to the other side of the slope. Just when the grave digger's figure was about to disappear into the line between the slope and the night sky, Wang Pa spoke. "One more time." The grave digger stopped. The wind ruffled his tattered clothes, and only now did one realize that it was not because he was stooped. He had always been very short. After some time, he finally turned around and said, "Okay." His voice was still hoarse and unpleasant to the ear. The rust on his helmet seemed particularly bewitching in the starlight. They had met for the first time on the plains in front of Mount Noaralang, and for the second time in the swamp in front of Shualao City. Tonight, in the graveyard, they would meet again, and it might also be their last meeting. The demon commander unsheathed her large blade from the wind and walked towards Wang Pa. The matter of writing letters was mentioned in the previous volume. 10 years ago, Tang Tang believed that Chan Changsheng wanted his help in writing a love letter. In addition, relatively rich in both material and mental energy is actually not particularly appropriate here. But that was an evaluation I prepared for Tang 36 3 years ago when Heaven's Chosen was first published. I had been waiting to use it, but I never found a suitable opportunity. Now that the book is about to be finished, I'm worried that I won't be able to use it. Friends, we all need to be this kind of person. Chapter 132. The two-blade glows imbued with a boundlessly terrifying chi, fiercely collided and then never extinguished. They became the sharpest rays of light in the world, drawing out countless straight lines on the curtain of darkness, driving away countless dark clouds from the distance and obscuring countless stars. The winds howled, the grass snapped, and the black monoliths shattered, transforming into terrifying existences like arrows. The graveyard was filled with screams. Whether it was the noble women weeping for their sons or the numb nobles, they all came to their senses and fled in all directions. But it was hard to say how many of them would be able to leave alive. After an unknown period of time, the wind finally stopped. Countless mud and gravel fell like rain, and the two terrifying saber lights never lit up again. The clouds in the sky parted, allowing the starlight to illuminate the graveyard. Only then did one realize that the grass for several li around them had all sunk several feet. In the distance, the moon gradually rose over the horizon. The demon commander stood at the highest point of the grass slope. Her body was still short, but when contrasted against the full moon, she seemed enormous. Her rusted helmet had been broken in battle and had been carelessly thrown to the ground. Her hair was tied up in a ponytail, making her look rather comical. She looked like a little girl, but her expression was fierce and savage. Around her ponytail, a few strands of messy hair incessantly trembled in the wind. They looked like the withered branches of a jackdaw that had flown away. If one looked carefully, they would probably be able to see the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes and those white hairs. Wang Pa stood below, an extremely thin wound on the left side of his neck from which blood seeped out. If the demon commander's blade had gone in an inch, his head would have been cut off like a ripe fruit. Wang Po was speechless as he gazed at that short figure on the top of the grass slope. Who could have imagined that such a powerful and terrifying demon commander was actually a woman? The demon commander turned to Wang Po and said, "In the future, you might be stronger than me, but right now you are inferior." As she said this, her expression was cold and apathetic, devoid of emotion. This was just a statement. Wang Po replied, "Yes, there is still a gap between us." He did not conceal his respect for the number one expert of the demon race. The two clashes between Wang Po and the demon commander on Mount Nuorling and in front of Shuelao City could be said to be the two most important points in this war. In these two encounters, the demon commander had always been one step ahead of him. Although it was an extremely thin line, it was like a heavenly moat that was difficult to cross. In their last encounter tonight, Wang Po had won because her injuries were far more severe than his. A few days ago, Xiao Zhang had used the frost god's spear to leave a bloody hole in her chest. Even tonight, there was no sign of improvement. Wang Po said to the demon commander, "Senior, please tell me where Black Robe is." The demon commander sneered, "Why should I tell you?" Wang Po said, "This sacrificial altar is clearly a scam. Don't you hate Black Robe for bringing the demons to such a state?" The demon commander laughed maniacally and said, "Ha ha ha ha! You male animals always look down on us women. How would you know how powerful the military advisor is? She killed my elder brother whom I didn't dare to provoke and played with the entire continent for hundreds of years. Why would I hate her? I will only worship her." Wang Po didn't know what to say. The demon commander turned to gaze at the distant moon. Just when Wang Po thought she was going to recite a poem, he suddenly heard her say something vulgar. "A bunch of idiots." The demon commander disdainfully said, "You insist on learning from the humans and using star radiance to replace sacred light. How could it be as useful as moonlight? What Southern Cross, starry sword? Just the name alone is stupid." Humph. A proud voice. The short figure scattered in front of the full moon. Golden blood rained down from the sky, covering the entire grass slope like flower petals. Shuelao City was faintly discernible in the demon flames. The location of the graveyard was extremely clear, as it was extremely dark. Suddenly, two extremely thin rays of light appeared in that dark area and then gradually faded away. Everyone turned to a certain place in Shuelao City and saw the golden light that illuminated the true darkness. When an expert on the level of the demon commander died, the world would naturally sense it. Everyone in the demon palace sensed it and fell silent. She was my aunt, a very extraordinary woman. Yes, it's just that she wasn't very tall. The demon lord regretfully said to Nank, "Teacher, and I originally hoped that you would one day become a second her, but you were too honest. You were actually tricked into entering the abyss by Imperial Father." Nank had followed Qin Chongqing and the others into the demon palace, but she had said nothing. Her expression was very helpless, like a wounded little beast that couldn't find its home. The demon lord very quickly shook off his sorrow and calmly said to Qin Chongqing, "The sacrificial altar has been destroyed and the agreement is complete. Can I leave now?" Everyone present knew that the leave in these words did not really mean leave, but had another meaning. Qin Chongqing did not respond. He seriously said to the demon lord, "I don't know whether to admire you or sympathize with you." These words did not refer to leave or surrender, but to the demon lord's mental journey over the last few days. With the human army at the gates, what should the demons do? Silently accept or go against the teachings of their ancestors and make one last mad attempt? The demon lord had probably been in great pain these last few days. He's not in pain. A voice suddenly resounded through the demon palace, but it was impossible to tell where it had come from. Many years ago, Shuelao City was surrounded by little Jiexing's army. I suggested that we build a sacrificial altar and use the astral executioner to reopen the spatial path. but Xingshan Dong did not agree. His majesty is just like his father, so he's not in pain. He might even feel a certain pleasure from martyrdom. The voice vanished for a while, then reappeared. I did not sense that God, so I do not understand their fear, just where their stubborn pursuit of freedom comes from. This voice was extremely pleasant to listen to, like spring water falling into a still pool, or like fingers plucking the strings of a zither. And that hand was assuredly beautiful. The black demon flames once more began to circulate, like a withered tree growing out of a swamp, gradually revealing a corner of a robe. The robe was also black. The demon flames, rumored to be able to incinerate everything in the world, had failed to ignite this robe. It was a black robe. He had been hiding in the abyss behind the demon flames. It was no wonder that the human armies had been unable to find any trace of him in Shualao City. Gigi suddenly said, "They all say that your voice is very unpleasant. It seems to be a misrepresentation." That she was concerned about this problem at a time like this could only mean that her way of thinking was truly different. The Tang old master said, "This is her original voice." Seeing black robe, even his eyes seemed to change, the water in the well rippling. Black robe paid them no attention. She turned to the demon lord and said, "Although Nank is my student, you have always treated me as your teacher, and I truly do feel a rare shred of pity for you. Alas, after struggling for so many days between the extermination of your clan and the teachings of your ancestors, you were still unwilling to listen to my opinion." The demon lord fell quiet for a while, then said, "That is because I love Sir. I do not wish for Sir to become even uglier." Everyone was stunned by these words, not knowing if he was speaking of that word, his love for his teacher, or the demon lord turned to Su Yorong and smiled. "I also love you." This was the most famous and most sensational affair between a man and a woman in the last few years. The only thing that could compare to the marriage contract that Chan Changsheng had taken out 10-some years ago at the Ivy Festival was probably the declaration that the demon lord had made to the entire continent when he was still a youth. "I very much desire Su Yorong." Tonight, Su Yorong had been very quiet in the demon palace, and the demon lord had not said a single word to her. Many people believed that rumors were just rumors, that those words were not true. The invasion of the demon army in the first year of the new era had only been to conceal the weakness of the demon race. It had not really been because the demon lord wanted to marry Su Yorong. And then they heard these words. Chun Changxing did not interrupt the demon lord, nor did he even get angry. In his view, this was a matter that was very natural. How could an extraordinary individual like the demon lord not like Yorong? But I love the military advisor even more, because the military advisor is a freak. The demon lord apologetically looked at Su Yorong and earnestly explained, "I am also a freak. I feel that being with freaks gives me strength." "Thank you. I thought that you would never say it." Black Robe's voice was still pleasant to listen to. It was not deliberately graceful, but it had its own moving aspects. The demon lord said, "It's about to end, so I have to leave behind what I want to say." "It's still not over." Black Robe looked at him with pity and said, "Not even Xingshan Dong knows my true thoughts, so how could you?" The demon lord bitterly smiled. "I've already given the astral executioner to them. That thing is in my hands." The Tang old master said to Black Robe, "Back then, even if you wanted a star, the people of Luoyang would have been willing to pluck it for you. Alas, the present is no longer the past." The meaning of these words was clear. No matter what, he would not give the astral executioner to him. Black Robe mocked. "At that time, I had no eyes for minor characters like you and Shang." The Tang old master sighed. "Yes, at your side was the most dazzling person in the world." Black Robe sternly corrected, "Not just at that time, even now he is the most dazzling." The Tang old master said, "But even if he comes back to life, he can't take that thing from me." He had hidden the astral executioner somewhere. Perhaps he had some special spatial magical artifact on him. The derision on Black Robe's lips deepened. Who said that I wanted the astral executioner? The demon lord replied, You once said to me that positions are relative, and our continent has always been moving through the sea of stars. These words naturally made Chen Chongqing recall Wang Jitse's notebook and the scenes he had calculated in the mausoleum of books. The demon lord added, Even if you use the sacrificial altar to send the message, the sacred light continent will not be able to determine our position. So how can we open the path? The meaning of these words seemed complicated, but they were actually very simple and clear. If you were standing on the grassland and heard someone call out to you, you could only roughly determine which direction they were coming from, but you could not determine their exact position. Only if you maintained a connection with them, gradually narrowing down the range of errors through the constant exchange of information until you found them. Without the astral executioner, how could Black Robe establish a stable connection between the two continents that could be maintained for a period of time? Black Robe said, I said before, I don't need the astral executioner. The demon lord replied, This is impossible. All the records clearly state that this is the only way to open the spatial path. Black Robe said, I know of a method that can allow the sacred light continent to determine our position. The demon lord asked in surprise, What method? Black Robe turned to Chen Chongqing and said, I've been waiting for you for a very long time. Chapter 133. Deathly Silence. Black Robe stood on the stone steps, looking down on the crowd like a god looking down on all living beings. Some people had not understood the conversation just now, and even more did not understand Black Robe's final words. Sensing the oppressive atmosphere, Ling Haizhuang and the others guessed that the situation had reversed, that it might even have fallen under Black Robe's control. They nervously looked to Chen Chongqing. Chen Chongqing's face was rather pale. He already understood Black Robe's meaning and asked, Sacred light? Black Robe replied, Correct. A gust of wind blew. The young Taoist boy fell into Yi Xiaoyan's bosom. Su Yurong's hand fell on Chen Chongqing's shoulder. Pure white wings had already sprouted. In the next moment, a line of fire would appear in the night sky. In the shortest amount of time, she would take Chen Chongqing as far away as possible. She also understood Black Robe's meaning. There's no time. Black Robe took a step forward. Her robe stirred up dust, and one could faintly make out an invisible, transparent, and extremely thin thread. That thread extended from the dark demonic flames all the way to Chen Chongqing's front and tied onto his ankle. You have exchanged letters with His Majesty for many years, so you should be well aware that the demon flames are heavenly fire, belonging to the same class as the sacred light, but even hotter, though it does not show on the surface. Black Robe looked at him and said, In a little while, the demon flames will ignite the sacred light in your body. Before she finished speaking, a series of bangs resounded through the hall. It was the sound of ice crystals falling to the ground. Seeing the frost on the thread gradually recede, Gigi angrily said, What the hell is this? The crowd was also stunned. Not even the dragon breath of the black frost dragon could extinguish it. Black Robe ignored her and said, You might become a torch? I don't know, it's all deduced, but it should be a very beautiful scene. Chen Chongqing thought it over, then said, I don't know if it's beautiful, but it should be very bright. It's not just because it's bright, but also because the sacred light in your body originates from that continent. The two are inexorably connected. Black Robe said His Majesty is right. The stars are moving, and the sacred light continent and the central continent are also moving. Separated by the vast sea of stars, it's very difficult to determine each other's position. If one were to forcefully open a passage, those descending life forms would easily get lost and then drift forever in the boundless space. However, as long as you ignite the sacred light in your body, no matter how far away you are, the sacred light continent will be able to locate us and open a path. In other words, You are an incomparably bright lighthouse. Lighthouse was supposed to be a very warm and comforting word, but now it seemed so cold and despairing. Looks like you've been setting this up for many years. Chin Chong Sheng looked down at his feet. The snowflakes gradually shattered, revealing the invisible line of fire. Back then, I was the one who delivered Chen, Xuanba's blood. Your birth was the result of a transaction, and I was one of the parties in this three-way transaction. Black Robe looked at the small carriage and said, Your master is on the other side, but he has no idea what I want to do. Shang Xingzhou wanted to turn Qin Chongsheng into an alluring, poisonous fruit. Everyone wanted to eat him. The problem was that if they ate him, they would be poisoned to death or stuffed to death. If the Tianhai Divine Empress had not eaten Qin Chongsheng, Shang Xingzhou could have attempted to use Qin Chongsheng to invite down a divine punishment to kill Tianhai. The so-called divine punishment was now, presumably, the pillar of light that the astral executioner had sent through the sea of stars. When the demon lord killed his father, he did not know that the most important function of this divine artifact was to connect the two continents. To put it another way, Chen Chongsheng was another form of the astral executioner. Su Yurong suddenly asked, You've never been to the sacred light continent, so how did you reach an agreement with them? Black Robe replied, I only offered a possibility. If the gods of the sacred light continent were truly omniscient and omnipotent, how could they have missed this chance? Chun Chongsheng asked, Why do you so hate the human race? It was no secret that the demon military advisor Black Robe was a human. Black Robe's answer was extremely simple and extremely persuasive. The answer was his name, because I am Zhou Yuren. Zhou Yuren, the once most handsome man in the world, Zhou Dufu's younger brother. If those rumors were true, then he truly did have the right to hate the human race. She's also my wife. Wang Jitsa finally appeared, and then he revealed a shocking fact. Qin Chongsheng did not appear surprised, as he had already guessed long ago. The Tang Old Master and Su Yurong had also known of this secret. Tang, 36, was shocked. Lord Wang, you like men? Wang Jitsa replied, She's a woman. Her maiden name is Chen. Black Robe was actually a woman. Qin Chongsheng was more concerned about the relationship between Black Robe, Zhou Dufu, and Wang Jitsa. It was no wonder that Black Robe had the soul pivot and was able to send Nank and those demon experts into the Garden of Zhou. It was no wonder that even someone of Wang Jitsa's abilities would feel somewhat restrained in front of Black Robe. Will you be happy if the angel army of the sacred light continent descends, and our race is exterminated, or we become the servants of that god? Wang Jitsa looked into Black Robe's eyes and very seriously asked, Yes, the more miserable you are, the happier I am. Black Robe lifted her hood, revealing her true appearance. Her green face exuded a lifeless aura, but her features were still indescribably beautiful. She harshly said to Wang Jitsa, On the day you killed Big Brother, I swore that I would exterminate the human race. Xing Shandong believed in my hatred for the human race, but he didn't know that in my plan, the demon race also had to be exterminated. He thought that I didn't know, and at the time he also acted. It was a very simple statement, without any tearful accusation, but the hall seemed to grow much colder. If this was true, then there was no question that this was the most shameless murder in history. The divine domain experts of the human race, demon race, and demi-human race had all worked together, using all sorts of schemes and methods to finally succeed in killing the supreme expert under the starry sky. The demons and demi-humans were one thing, but the fact that the experts of the human race had participated in this murder was truly unforgivable. No matter how ruthless Zhou Dufu's personality was or how terrible his reputation was, no matter how many experts he had killed or heavily injured in his several centuries of cultivation, he was still the protector of the human race. If not for him, the demon race would have long ago taken Luoyang and conquered the entire continent, and the human race might have already been exterminated. In the end, he was heartlessly betrayed and then killed. The target of your vengeance should be Emperor Taizong, or perhaps Lord Wang, but not us. Chun Chongqing said to Black Robe, because we've never done anything to wrong you and your sister. Black Robe did not expect him to be so calm at a time like this. She mocked, so what? Just let the entire world accompany him in death. After saying this, the invisible thread began to burn. No one could see the flames, but they could feel the heat. Chun Chongqing began to burn. To be more precise, it was the sacred light in his flesh that began to burn. These flames were very strange. Even his clothes could not be set aflame, but the light they emitted was extremely bright, imbued with a divine aura. At this time, Chun Chongqing did not seem like a torch, but more like a luminous pearl. Gigi's eyes brightened as she said, "Let me swallow him in one gulp." Su Yurong shook her head. After the sacred light was ignited by the demon flames, it underwent a miraculous transformation. The light it produced possessed the ability to penetrate material objects. Not even the Pope's divine robe or the dome of the demon hall could block out this strange light, so the dragon's body could not either. Chun Chongqing raised his head to the night sky, his expression grave. He could sense that the light was coming. Chapter 134. In the depths of the sea of stars, a speck of light appeared. This speck of light was extremely dim and small, probably in a very distant place. Chun Chongqing naturally thought of the countless stars he saw when he chose his fated star. It was as if there were thousands of lights in the sky. On the other side of the sea of stars was another sea of stars, and the speck of light seemed to be in that sea of stars. The speck of light was gradually growing brighter, indicating that the source of light was approaching the observer. The brighter the speck was, the closer the source of light was. There was another possibility. This was a beam of light aimed right at his eyes. Chun Chongqing felt an intense wariness, because the speck of light was changing from dark to bright too quickly. In the next moment, his sleeves began to rise, while countless lights and shadows appeared in his eyes. He sensed that his fated star, which was like a little red fruit, quietly floating in the sea of stars, suddenly moved. The beam of light had not yet reached the sea of stars, but it was already having an effect. Soon after, many people sensed that their fated stars were affected and began to rotate. The demon hall was filled with cries of alarm. The constellations are changing. The demon scholars looked at the vast sea of stars in the night sky like they were seeing the end of the world as they madly yelled. Was the sacred light continent beginning to invade? The faint, killing intent in the night sky made everyone feel an intense unease. Only Black Robe calmly gazed at the night sky, a faint smile on her pale blue face. 10 years ago, in the snowy mountains, Chun Chongqing had seen a similar sight, but he still found it impossible to calm down. Tonight, this beam of light was coming at him. With a soft hum, like the bell of Sangarama Temple was ringing once more, the clouds over Shualao City began to churn and then scatter. A beam of light fell on Chun Chongqing's body. This beam of light had traversed the distant sea of stars, but when it landed on the ground, it was only a few feet in radius. One could imagine how pure it was. Only God could do such a thing. This beam of light was imbued with the aura of destruction, desolate as if it had come from the end of the world. But Chun Chongqing was not destroyed like the demon lord. He stood in the beam of light, his body unharmed. In the next moment, he understood the reason. This beam of light required him to live. Stimulated by the beam of light, the sacred flame in his body burned even more fiercely, exuding boundless light and heat. It formed a small mountain of flame that swept into the night sky. The flame rose higher and higher until it surpassed the demon hall and reached the night sky above Shualao City. The pillar of light became even brighter, and where it came into contact with the flames, tens of thousands of tons of golden liquid splashed out. The golden liquid did not fall to the ground, but smeared into the night sky. The night sky there gradually became a smooth mirror surface, and it continued to expand until it occupied the entire sky of the demon palace. That pillar of light and the holy light within Chen Changsheng's body was the bridge that connected the two continents. What about the mirror? Could it be the materialization of the space crystal wall? The powerful pressure from the other world caused space to distort and distort, especially the turbulence in the sky. The moon in the distance looked a little flat due to the distortion of space. Cries and shouts could be heard all over Shualao City. The populace ran out of the city, and it was even more chaotic than when the human armies had broken into the city. Many deep cracks appeared on the ground. The Devil Hall had collapsed, and there were rocks floating in midair everywhere. The scene was extremely mystical. A protrusion appeared on the mirror. It gradually extended outwards, and the outline became clearer and clearer. It was actually a face. The surface of the mirror grew tighter and brighter until it became transparent. That face was finally revealed. There was no emotion on that face. The bridge of the nose was high and the eyes deep. It could be called perfect. Archangel! Wang Jitsa's expression finally changed somewhat as he muttered to himself as he gazed at that face. Very few people heard his mutterings. At this tense moment, there was no time to think about how he knew that this face belonged to an archangel. As that indifferent face approached the ground, the mirror in the night sky grew thinner and thinner, more and more transparent. The sight behind the mirror caused countless cries of alarm to ring out from the demon hall, as well as Black Robe's somewhat deranged laughter. On the other side was the endless darkness. Several hundred angels quietly floated in the air, their white wings striking. Everyone saw this sight, shocked and then terrified. Not everyone was afraid. To Xiao Zhang, these angels were like moths. To him, the source of his fear was that distant pressure, that gaze. There were no eyes, but it was clear that there was an existence that transcended matter observing the world they resided in. Was that God? Those angels seemed to have arrived in the night sky above Shuo City, but in reality they were still tens of millions of li from the central continent, perhaps even further. Based on the amount of time that had passed, all the intelligent beings of the central continent, whether they were humans, demons, or demi-humans, still had time to write their last words. The angel army descended with this pillar of light, fusing with the statues in the demon flames, and the world would welcome its destruction. Does Master have any ideas? Su Yurong asked Wang Jitsa. While everyone's gazes were focused on the pillar of light and Chen Changsheng, she had been paying attention to Wang Jitsa. She was confident that there was a reason why such a legendary figure had appeared in the demon palace today. She had noticed a detail. Wang Jitsa had easily recognized the face of an archangel, which made her even more confident. But Wang Jitsa's answer did not satisfy her. I'm still thinking. Thinking could be described as observing, but it could also be described as waiting. Tang 36 was in no mood to think about those unspoken words as he stared at Chen Changxing in the pillar of light. He sneered. Then why did you come? To watch the show? Su Yurong drew back her gaze and tilted her head to look at the mirror of light in the night sky. Chen Changxing noticed her movements and thought to himself, how cute. I haven't seen her like this in the last few years. Su Yurong thought it over and decided not to wait for Wang Jitsa. She said to Black Robe, I can stop you. Black Robe's lips perked up as she jeered. Is that so? It was clear that she did not believe Su Yurong's words, just like how Xiao Zhang did not believe the demon lord's words, believing them to be empty threats. Chun Changxing replied, I can also do it because it's a very simple method. Black Robe arched her brows. Is that so? Then what are you prepared to do? Just kill me, and everything will be fine. Just kill him, and everything will be fine. Chun Changxing and Su Yurong said at the same time. They glanced at each other. Chun Changxing smiled. Su Yurong did not smile. All was quiet, the only sound being the flowing demon flames. All gazes were on Chun Changxing and Su Yurong. Black Robe looked at them, her eyes gradually turning cold. This was the answer, the only method. She had not expected Qin Chongxing and Su Yurong to think of it so quickly and to be so calm. Before Shang Xingzhou died, he said to me that if anything happened to you, he would kill you. Su Yurong calmly said to Qin Chongxing, "My apologies, I did not tell you about this matter. I have always liked Chenli and have always believed that the Marvelous Ability song should be used as the theme song for Coming Night. I have also seriously proposed this to the film company, but I do not know if it will succeed. I have also always liked Yurong, but because of the length of the novel, I rarely have the chance to show the beauty that she exists in my imagination. I have written a little of that in this chapter, and I am very happy. In addition, I suddenly realized that 8 years ago today was the day that The Spy began. Time really quickly disappears. To me, The Spy is a very special work. In terms of words, it cannot compare to Coming Night or Choosing Heaven, but it is my personal favorite story. If there are any friends who have not read it, I recommend that you read it.